renovations and improvement will include an above-ground cistern, improved drainage, a reinforced concrete driveway and parking, perimeter security fencing, an additional maintenance bay, generator, retaining wall, storm shutters, and solar panels. 4. Fort Christian and Strand Street parking lots. Renovation will include the implementation of new parking equipment in both lots to include ticket spitters, entrance and exit control arms, cash registers, underground electrical connectivity, and security perimeter fencing at the Christian's Head site. A full list of all current transportation projects can be found in the appendix.
Operations. The numbers are as of May 2022. So far, we have a total on our cemetery fund balance of $272,000. We have procured a total of $123,000 worth of total asphalt for the year, and we have expended $3.6 million to our roadside contractors as of year to date. The operations division is comprised of 4 units. They are responsible for the maintenance of public roadways and highways, public cemeteries, government buildings, as well as our fleet of heavy equipment and trucks throughout the territory. Throughout the last year, we placed an emphasis on sidewalk repairs, particularly in the St. Croix district. Most notably were those in Christiansted Town, Estate Richmond, and in the vicinity of the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital. Another ongoing project is a total refurbishment of restrooms at the Christian Shan Hendricks Vegetable Market in the town of Christiansted. This project includes cement plastering, tiling, installation of new toilets, and painting both interior and exterior walls. All work is being done in-house by our construction crew. In the St. Thomas St. John district, crews focus on repairs to swales, head walls, and gut retaining walls. Both districts participated in a massive downtown cleanup during the month of December. While roadside cleaning is a focus of the department year-round, the department had an all-hands-on-deck approach for this initiative, which resulted in much cleaner downtown areas throughout the territory. We recently issued a design build request for proposals for the rehabilitation of the restrooms in downtown Cruz Bay, similar to what was done for the downtown restrooms in Charlotte-Amalie. With assistance from this body, we hope to issue a similar RFP for our restrooms at the Fort Christian parking lot. Disaster preparedness. The department plays a critical role in hurricane preparedness. We work hand in hand with VITEMA and other agencies under the Federal Emergency Response Framework to ensure all needs are met. During the pre-disaster stage, in addition to gut and drainage maintenance, the Operations Division assists in securing government buildings before landfall, as well as ensuring access to critical facilities through our route clearance responsibilities. During the post-disaster stage, the Engineering and Operations Divisions perform preliminary damage assessments of the territory's infrastructure to determine the level of damage incurred. Work crews are currently clearing all priority guts within the next month, then moving on to secondary guts, drains, and swales on all islands. This initiative will continue throughout the hurricane season. DPW actively collaborates with VITEMA and the Territorial ADA Coordinator to put on the Blue Sky Initiative, an exercise aimed at distributing sandbags to citizens in advance of inclement weather. We anticipate keeping our COVID-19 protocols in place, which means sandbags will be distributed in a drive-through fashion. Citizens will be limited to 6 sandbags per household unless otherwise changed by the Director of VITEMA. For our disabled residents and shut-in senior citizens, we partner with VITEMA, the ADA Coordinator, VI Fire Services, and other volunteers to deliver sandbags to their residences and our senior centers. The Strategic Development Office. The Strategic Development Office's mission is to plan, promote, and implement changes that will positively impact the quality of life for Virgin Islanders and residents alike. The SDO team is designed to lead our future planning initiatives with the leaders of each division. As a team of progressive individuals, they challenge each division leader to rethink the way they look at their divisional functions and how we can improve on our processes to better serve the public. The SDO team continuously works to inform our public of all things DPW and develop strategies aimed at building community pride. The office is responsible for the department's communication outputs, project administration, and special projects. Communications, our website. The department revamped its website in April of 2022. In addition to the new, fresh look, the site has improved services provided by the department. All permit applications are now submittable online, preventing users from having to print, scan, and email, or even take a trip to one of our offices to submit. We do have plans in the very near future to accept payments online, which would eliminate the need for customers to visit our offices. Social media. The department has grown its following by more than 40% since this time last year. We believe this was accomplished through consistent branded posts. Our goal is to have a channel to get information out to every segment of our population. Special projects. The Vitran Advertising Program. This project has made some strides since we last spoke. It is currently in the solicitation process and is scheduled to close on July 11th of 2022. At this rate, we expect to have a contractor selected and fully operational program allowing for advertisements on buses and bus shelters territory-wide before the end of the year. Our Cemetery Records Project. In April of 2022, a contract was executed with the University of Tulane in New Orleans, Louisiana, to utilize GIS technology to map all public cemeteries in the territory. Tulane personnel will travel to the territory in December of 2022 to start this process, which will allow for electronic documentation of burial locations on a cemetery map. DPW personnel participated in a kickoff meeting this month to outline the schedule and next steps. One big step being the inclusion of the University of the Virgin Islands students in this process. It is our hope to attract few students to observe, learn, and be a part of such a huge undertaking. The St. Croix Beautification Project. The department will implement the landscaping and beautification pilot project on St. Croix this year. We have already identified locations, secured funding, and drafted the scope, which will be submitted to the Department of Property and Procurement for solicitation this summer. The Bureau of Corrections MOU. The department is responsible for maintaining our roadsides and keeping them free of grass and debris. This undertaking comes at a cost of about $5.65 million paid to contractors every year. We addressed this challenge in our 2021 agency reform plan, which we worked in partnership with the Office of Management and Budget. To supplement our crews while saving money, the department has entered into an agreement with the Bureau of Corrections. The MOU was executed in May of 2022. The department is currently in talks with BOC personnel to effectuate this partnership at a fraction of the cost to maintain the Melvin Evans Highway. Of course, this initiative is dependent on the Bureau's COVID-19 protocols. Disaster Recovery Project Administration. The department promoted an employee internally to manage the administrative end of our disaster recovery projects. We realized very early on this was a missing link in our internal disaster recovery process. This person manages the department's internal project management database, Soloxis, and develops and reviews project worksheets, as well as liaises with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Office of Disaster Recovery, our disaster recovery contractors, and the DPW project engineers to ensure data integrity, project compliance, and oversight. Additionally, this team member works with each project engineer to ensure the design and scope adequately meets the needs of the department and the public. They also ensure the various local and federal reviews are performed consistent with requirements and the project schedule. DPW disaster recovery, our numbers at a glance. Right now we have a total of 60. Our total project count is 60 projects, 34 on St. Croix, 15 on St. Thomas, 5 on St. John, 1 on Water Island, 3 for the entire St. Thomas, St. John district, and 2 territory-wide projects. Our total obligation is $137.7 million. Our breakdown by island and by district, we have $55.2 million for St. Croix, $35.2 million for St. Thomas, $10.6 million for St. John, $4.2 for Water Island, $26.2 million for the St. Thomas St. John district, and $6 million for territory-wide projects. Senators, thank you for giving my team and I the opportunity to present our budget to you this morning. We are very proud of our projects and accomplishments. We recognize the challenges before us and are excited about the opportunities those challenges provide. However, we are even more excited about what we have in store. With the support of this body, our community, and our local and federal partners, we will continue to push forward to improve, enhance, and transform our home. As we close the design of phase 2 of the Veterans Drive Improvement Project and continue to make significant strides in our ferry boat and public transportation programs, we are excited about the opportunities we will create for a robust multimodal transportation system, including ferries, buses, charging stations for electric vehicles, additional parking, and accommodations for pedestrians and bicyclists. We believe this will be the capstone of the revitalization of downtown Charlotte-Amalie and will provide the model for future enhancement projects. We are moving full speed ahead with our goals of electrifying 10% of our fleet by 2025 and have engaged a national leader in the technology to assist us with these efforts. Not only do we plan to transform a percentage of our heavy and specialized equipment, buses, and light-duty vehicles, but we are also ensuring that future projects account for parking spaces and charging stations for electric vehicles. If we are serious about promoting the use of EVs, we, the government of the Virgin Islands, must lead this charge. With the help of iWork and our federal partners, we are closer than ever before to having our first pavement preventative maintenance plan. The timing is perfect as we have invested millions in repairing and reconstructing our roads over the past 12 months. This plan will guide the department's road maintenance schedule and allow us to potentially utilize federal funds for road maintenance. Additionally, we will have proper updated maintenance records to share with our federal partners in the aftermath of a natural disaster. As I committed to during our last budget presentation, we have made significant strides with building our technical bench within the department. We have hired 5 individuals within the local engineering division and continue to build a team to manage the growing portfolio of central government projects moving through the various stages of the pipeline. With the Office of Disaster Recovery, we have built an integrated process for managing projects in every stage, from design through project closeout. Our goals and mandates are large and ambitious, but we remain ready for the challenges ahead. I can't thank the dedicated men and women in this department enough for all they do for our community. Every day, you inspire me to keep striving for greatness. The accomplishments we discussed today are a direct result of their hard work. I am humbly asking this body that you continue to support us by providing the funding we need to keep the positive momentum going. Thank you for listening to our budget presentation, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation, for your testimony. Before we go to a 7-minute round, let me thank Senator James for joining us. Please put Senator James as present. Commissioner, the disaster recovery projects, just so, and Senator DeGraff, thank you, committee member, please put him down as present. Your disaster recovery project, just for clarification, you have it by island, and then you have St. Thomas St. John District, and then territory. What are the 3 projects for the St. Thomas St. John District?
So I will ask Mr. McLean if he can answer that.
Jomo McLean. The St. Thomas St. John District projects include, there's Eastern Federal Lands has a design build contract with a contractor that's working on both St. Thomas and St. John.
Okay.
And then the signage project that we're managing is also a St. Thomas St. John project.
Okay, and the next one?
The next one escapes me at the moment.
Okay, and the 2 territorial projects?
The 2 territorial projects are, I'll have to look at the list and I can.
Okay, I'll give you an opportunity to get back to us. This time I'm going to move to Senator Blyden. 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Gabriel, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Morning.
And your support and staff there with you. Since the budgetary, let me start with the postal report, page 7. Do you have a copy of the postal report?
Yes.
Okay.
We received it yesterday.
Outstanding balance is there's an outstanding balance of $330,570.62 for vendors, etc. Are those payments up to date, or this is correct? And if so, what's the issue?
I'll ask my Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Ruben Jennings, to respond.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So the majority of those balances are 2022. So those are in process. except for the VIA payments, which we are in negotiations with them in terms of working out exactly. We had some issues with the bills, so we were able to, actually some good news, we were able to reduce the bill by 50,000. So I want to thank VIA as well.
Very well. So you're saying basically most of the payments are up to date?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, also the federal grant listed on page 26. There's a initial balance of $60,772,194. Those numbers are different too, correct? Can we get an updated listing through the chair at the appropriate time, okay? So we can know where we at. Page 26. It just has the initial balance, but I know that was the initial balance, but what are the updated balances?
Yes, I actually have the updated balance.
Okay, if you can send it electronically through the chair, that we'd appreciate that.
Okay.
So we can take a look at it. Commissioner Gabriel, in your testimony, you spoke to having, which is good, you hired 5 new engineers. How were you able to do that to bring on board those engineers?
So, yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. We actually did some really good recruiting. I want to, of course, publicly thank our chief engineer, Tawana Nicholas. I think having her on board and really including her in those interviews and the recruitment process was tremendous. We were able to get some, I want to say we were able to hire one, and then he actually reached out to one of his fellow engineers that recently graduated. And from there, we've just been able to continue to build on our technical bench.
But then at the same time, though, you lost 5? How many employees did you lose? I know you have 23 vacancies, correct?
That's correct.
And how much did you lose? And what were the reasons for them leaving? I believe you said 5.
So we lost, I'm trying to pull up this state. So let me just get to that portion of the testimony.
And while you're looking for that,
Yes.
I'll go, I guess, to Jomo, Mr. McLean. I know in the testimony you guys also mentioned many of the road projects that have been completed thus far. And of course, we passed local funds to repair some of those roads. But I know with those repairs, I know 2 of the major roads in this district, St. Thomas St. John districts, were the Avenue and also Purple Shop. Where are we at with those 2 roads? Those are really critical roads, and what's going on with that? And I'm happy that you did the West Smith Bay, etc. And I was too happy for that. But what about those 2 roads in particular?
Jomo McLean, First Avenue is actually in procurement right now, so that's being solicited for a contractor. The Purple Shop Roads is a FEMA-funded project, and that's currently in design, and we expect to be in construction at the end of the year.
By the end of the year? And First Avenue by when? What's the time frame for First Avenue?
That's a design build solicitation. So that would probably be early next year by the time construction actually starts.
North Star Village? Where are we at with that?
North Star Village will be paved the week of right after Labor Day. I mean, after 4th of July. Sorry.
Okay, very well. Commissioner?
Yeah. So we had so the people that we've lost have been a combination of resignations and retirements. As you know, the department has historically had a number of people that were older, so they've been making a transition away, and then we've had a few resignations as well. We have 11 resignations as of May 31st, 2022.
11?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Commissioner, we have had challenges since we're talking about roads to find money to repair our local roads. And roads are not part of the federal highway system. But I know, as you know, I'm very concerned with the district public roads funds. As
2 minutes.
Some time back, my team and I realized there were $5+ million that was not spent in that fund. And the post-audit report here that I have here in my hand shows that the department was able to utilize $3.1 million from this fund in fiscal year 21 and $1.2 million in fiscal year 22. But I know that in 23, there's none allocated from that fund. So is there a reason for that? Do you know?
I'll ask our Assistant Commissioner, Ruben Jennings, to respond.
Hi, Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. So the balances that you see are rollover amounts from prior years. So what happened for this fiscal year, the reason why there's no allocation is the projections for the overall property tax collection. As you know, we receive 2% of the overall collection. So,
Correct.
and we also receive the monies at the ending of the fiscal year. So for last fiscal year, we received 882,000 territory-wide for the collections for fiscal year 2021. So we receive it in September of the year. So this year, we're projected to receive 2% of, based on the general budget book of 58 million that's projected to be collected in property taxes. My estimate is 1.1 million territory-wide, which we should receive in September of this year.
Okay. I'm clear now. So it's based on, because it comes at the end in September.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Now let me,
Time.
You may conclude. Go ahead.
okay, very last question then, since before for this round. Let me ask in respect to the cemeteries. I know that you have been working in this district to procure some property in Smith Bay because, as you know, we don't have the space. Where are we at with that?
So the negotiations are ongoing. We've been continuing those talks. I know as of, I think last month, we had a discussion with the property owner's representative on trying to keep it. So we're still ongoing with those conversations.
Please try and wrap it up before the property goes, because there are other people that are looking at the property.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. And thanks for your responses.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Commissioner, I'm seeing the assistant commissioner position in the post-audit report on page 11 at $37,500. One of the positions are paid with federal funds.
You said that for me again, Senator. I
The
apologize.
assistant commissioner position, page 11. I'm seeing that it says $37,500. Is one of the two assistant commissioner supplemented with federal funds?
No, they're both paid with local funds.
And then in your submission to post-audit, I'm not seeing those two positions.
So I think what happened is the two employers were recently, like very recently promoted, and we already sent our package down to the post-audit division, over to OMB, excuse me.
Okay, so what is the salary for the two assistant commissioners?
Yeah, so Mr. Ruben Jennings is at 105, and Ms. Avril George, our assistant commissioner for St. Croix, is at 100.
Okay, Mr. Jennings was CFO before, right?
He was a deputy commissioner of administrative services.
And he's still serving in that capacity.
He still still maintains those responsibilities and duties. That's correct.
And Ms. George still maintain HR.
That's correct.
Okay, so both of them are over that respective division.
Correct, as well as we've added some responsibilities to them as well. I've given them oversight responsibilities for the operations divisions in their respective districts, as well as some other projects that we had.
Okay, and who is the disaster recovery person that you refer to that you have designated for disaster projects? Who's
Ms.
that person?
Kaisha Arnold.
Okay. Senator Johnson, you recognize? Before you, Senator Johnson, we need Senator Johnson mic on. Before you begin, please put Senator Janelle Saru as present. Welcome, Senator Saru. Senator Johnson, proceed.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers, and good morning to the viewing and listening audience.
Morning.
I like to start it, and I continue seeing this project on page 15, Commissioner. St. Croix Act 8454. I keep seeing and hearing about roads being paved in WIM. Can anybody show me a picture? Because I see a lot of pictures of different roads. Can anybody show me where in WIM the road was paved, not counting the Carlton Road or not counting the roads in Campo Rico, in the area of WIM? Can anybody show me? And because I keep hearing this and I keep saying this haven't happened. So, and I see there's figures and everything like that. So can somebody assist me with this?
So, Senator, good morning, Senator Johnson. I think it's hard for me to describe to you. I'd be more than willing to show you. Mr. Fleming, I could take you all day if you want to, and we could show you the areas in WIM. But it's a little bit hard for me to describe, not being totally familiar with the neighborhood.
Have anybody actually drive in WIM?
Yeah, yes.
Do you want me to take time and show you some pictures of WIM roads?
If you want, you and I, we've done site visits before. You and I could make some time to make a site visit this week if you want.
Well, I would appreciate that. I really need a site visit of that area because I keep hearing about WIM, and the farthest any road in WIM pave is from Carlton, come down maybe about a half a mile, if that much, from Carlton coming west. That's the only road in WIM that was paved. And that was not that entire stretch of road that will be running parallel to the Melvin Evans Highway. But let's move on. I saw you spoke about a project with the Bureau of Correction. What would be the cost, or have there been any figures put in place? And do you really think this is going to happen with the shortage of staff at the Bureau?
So I'll answer the second part first. So yes, we do. We've been in consistent talks with them, with the Bureau, since last year about this. This is something that both the Bureau of Corrections as well as Public Works wants to see happen. I know there is a dollar figure associated with it. I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond to that portion.
Yes, we have a 2-year agreement for $72,000, about $36,000 a year.
How many prisoners would be involved?
5.
5. And let's go to the Vitron. I see you guys spoke about this new Vitron building in St. Croix. How many employees will be needed to man that? Because I understand you talk about here to watch the buses. How many employees will be needed for that service there?
I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Carol McGregor to respond.
Good day. Senator, we will continue to use the staff that we have. Of course, we will need additional mechanics and an additional maintenance person.
How many mechanics will be needed?
An additional 4 mechanics will be needed and an additional 2 maintenance persons.
And in this bus washing service, would you need people for that area too?
That falls under the maintenance service as well.
And how many, sorry, you just said a number for maintenance, how many?
We currently have 3 mechanics on St. Croix. We will need an additional 4. And we will
Thank
need,
you.
And we
And-
will
and-
need an additional
Wait,
2
sorry.
maintenance persons.
All right, Commissioner, have this been part of your budget, the requiring of those employees, those new employees?
I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings to respond.
You could answer.
I'll answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
We will include those positions in our upcoming grants.
Thank you very much. Now, Commissioner, the parking lot in Christiansted, what's the cost for the maintenance of that parking lot on the weekend to maintain it? It's always free parking on the weekend. What will be the cost if you were supposed to put someone to man that? And what kind of revenue are you losing by not manning that parking lot?
Yeah, so I don't have I know it would be, we have to put an employee there for 8 hours to cover it. So it'd be the full salary of that, or whatever the hourly rate of that employee is on the weekend. We've been undergoing projects.
1 minute we get in the feedback, so you have to turn off one of the mics. Turn off, I think, Senator Johnson mic when he's speaking. Go ahead.
Good? Okay. So we do have a project, Senator, to automate the arms and the payment system in all the parking lots. I know the first one that we're starting with is here in St. Thomas, and then we'll be doing St. Croix very shortly thereafter, and that should give us the weekend coverage that you talked about with very little incurrence of additional funds.
What kind of money did the department spend in overtime for last year or this year?
I'll ask Assistant Commissioner Ruben Jennings to respond.
just to clarify, you're talking about the Strand Street parking lot?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, we're
Okay.
talking about parking lot first, but I then asked about overtime the department have expenditures.
2 minutes.
So we have approximately, currently we have 2 employees manning the St. Croix Strand Street parking lot. It costs us $185,000 approximately to man that parking lot with 2 employees.
Thank you. And my question was, what amount have the department paid out in overtime thus far, FY?
I could get that information for you.
All right. Again, Commissioner, the mechanical roadside maintenance service, these contracts, are they paid by work completed or by hours? Who oversees these projects to see that they're completed before the vendors are paid?
So they are paid by hours. They do submit invoices based on the hours that they work and the areas that they're assigned. They are under the direct oversight of, in St. Croix, we have Mr. Ali and Ms. Don Bruce, as well as Mr. Dotson James, our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, does project oversight as well.
And my reason for asking this question, time after time, did my time call? Time after time, I've been noticing the Melvin Evans Highway part of the grass is overgrowing on the wall. And I'm trying to figure out if folks are being charged, are being paid, who is supervising this payment, because it continually overgrowing the wall and the railing.
Yeah. So, Senator Johnson, we actually had in St. Croix, a number of our roadside contractors had issues over the last, I would say, 8 to 12 months. One actually dropped out of the program because he could no longer afford to support it. We had a couple that had mechanical issues and were out of the program for several weeks. We did try to assign crews from other areas, but it's like playing a shell game because, as you know, when it does rain a lot, we get a tremendous amount of grass growth. So I don't know if you noticed, but over the last couple weeks, we actually have a contractor that's been assigned to the Melvin Evans Highway to try to get that grass under control.
Now, on the island of St. Thomas, you have a truck for sweeping the street that's being parked up. And I understand you have a lot of people that have resigned. Can you expand on what's going on with that truck? Why is that being on the road? What's the cost of that truck? And when will it be back on the road?
Time.
So the person that was operating that equipment has since retired. The department did not have an alternate driver that was familiar enough with it for it to be on the road. So we have gotten some training. We've identified two additional employees. One is actually also a mechanic, so he'll be trained to operate as well as provide maintenance for that for the street sweeper. The cost of the street sweeper, I'll ask Mr. Jennings to provide.
Yes. The cost of the street sweeper was $236,000.
Mr. Chair, can I wrap up with just one final question?
Yes, you may.
How much street sweeper have the department purchased? Just one?
No, we recently actually purchased three additional street sweepers. One for St. John and two for St. Croix.
And are these equipment in the territory at this time?
No, they're still in the fabrication phase.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, turn to page 14 of the post-audit report. The contracts that says open, and a lot of them says federal and some says general. Are those contracts in the event of a storm?
Yes, that is correct.
All of them?
Yes, that is correct. So, except for the roadside ones, those are ongoing.
So the roadside maintenance contract, I'm seeing a number of them. Why is the amount left open?
Say that again. Why is the
Amount? Contract amount left open?
I'm going to ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
So, thank you for the question, Senator. So those contracts are supply task order contracts. So the commissioner he could say to not work if depending on the budget that we have. So there's no assigned amount to those contracts. We just pay them hourly based on the contract rate that we have.
So you're able to provide to us the amount that has been paid thus far for this fiscal year?
Yes, I actually have the numbers. So far to May 15, our current expenditures for this year has been $3,538,670.
$3,500,000.
$38,670.
Break it down by district.
Yes. 1.6 million for the St. Thomas, 430,000 for St. John, and 1.5 million for St. Croix.
How many contractors per island?
We have 28 contracts overall, territory-wide.
Okay. After the next Senator, I'm going to ask you to break down the amount paid thus far to each of the contractors. Commissioner, your personnel budget is being cut. What's the impact?
So we won't be able to fill some of our vacancies right away. We've had some positions that are currently in the progress of being filled, but we're looking at staggering filling those vacancies to be able to make up for the shortfall in personnel services.
And these are critical positions?
I honestly feel like every position is critical these days.
I'm asking that question because, colleagues, you remember that we just found a $56 million error in the budget that was submitted by Government House, in which it was understated in anticipated revenues as a result of disaster recovery projects by some, I think it's like 57 million. They submitted in the budget book anticipated, I think, collection of like 27 million, and when Ms. Williams testified, she said they expect 81 or 82 million. So we're seeing a large discrepancy, and not only in that area, but also in the amount of money that we project to collect in individual income tax as a result of the additional projects coming online. So we are going to be requesting that the administration resubmit their projections, because they actually decrease individual income tax from this year to next year as a result of anticipated projects, which doesn't make any sense. If we're ramping up, they can't be collecting more. So if Public Works is one of the critical entities that we need to make sure that you're staffed, then we need to find a difference and staff it up. Because I think we're giving you additional monies to hire individuals for patching crews and all of that. Were you able to hire those individuals?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And the vacancies that you're going to have to cut are what? Engineering?
So it's a wide berth of them. Some of them are engineers and architects. Some of them are the general maintenance workers, the folks in operations, and then I think we also have some in Vitron as well, right, Ruben? Yeah, and some in Vitron as
So
well.
can you provide to us a list of those positions
Yes.
and the costs, so that we can see as to whether or not we can fund those particular positions? Ms. McGregor, your paratransit unit, you have sufficient individuals?
We always need more drivers, Senator.
Okay, and I'm asking that question because you have a large caseload, correct?
Yes, we do have a large caseload, increasing daily.
And your paratransit workers are working from what, 4 or 5 in the morning?
They work from 4:30, 4 on St. John. St. Thomas starts at 4:30, and St. Croix starts at 4:30 as well.
Have you projected any additional positions for paratransit drivers?
We recently hired 5 additional operators territory-wide. We're hoping to get some more as well.
So can you provide us with that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. We have enough buses to hire additional individuals?
Senator, we have an agent fleet of buses, and right now we are applying for every grant available for additional buses. We always need new buses.
All the buses were purchased with federal monies.
All the buses are purchased with federal monies.
They have never been purchased with local funds.
At times, when we do not have enough grant funding, we've gone to our revenue fund to use some of those funds to make up the difference.
And the cost of those buses? You have an estimated cost?
The estimated costs for the heavy-duty buses are approximately $562,000.
For what?
And that's because those buses are re-engineered for our left-hand driving.
Okay, you're saying the heavy duty. I'm not talking about the large buses, and I'm talking about those that carry the patients with dialysis and so forth.
The smaller, the ADA paratransit vans.
Yes, that one.
Range around 100,000 because we have them specifically outfitted for that population.
Okay, and you need additional of those?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And I commend Public Works with that service, because those paratransit buses, they not only carry them to medical appointments, they also carry them to plaza, they carry them to the pharmacy, they literally carry them all over. This is the only outlet that some of these individuals have to leave their home.
Right.
So I think it's very important that we make sure that we have sufficient buses and sufficient drivers, and if we need to put some additional monies where we're going to see the direct impact on the people of the Virgin Islands, I think that's what we need to do. So we'll discuss it when we are doing the budget markup, once you provide us with the information.
Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Public Works, Commissioner, your department, thank you guys for all the work you're doing, man. I mean, it's tough. So I got to start with employees. I myself was trying to wrap my head around the numbers. I'm looking at the post-audit report for 2023 and 2022 comparison. 22 recommendation is more. You had wage increases and stuff for your employees, GS, whomever. You had wage increases for your employees.
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Hi, Senator. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner. Yes, we had, for the GS employees, which is only 2. We currently have one contract that's currently, we're trying to negotiate, Vitron workers, and Overlu, which is the operations staff, expires in September.
Yeah, so again, if you're in a budget for that, you know, we setting up for failure. Because I see a budget cut of about, what is it, $1.5 million, $2 million that OMB took from you for this budget cycle. And then you're looking at potential wage increases. We're talking a catastrophe to start off with, man. I mean...
So I know, Senator, that we have made some, we do have the accommodations for our Vitron bus drivers in the budget. And we have been speaking to OMB, and I know I look forward to having the discussions with the senators in this body as well, to make sure that we can make up for what we lost throughout the markup process and at the end of the process. But we have been speaking to the director of OMB about this.
Yeah, but still, like I say, the 2023 general fund recommendation of $7,603,598 and the 2022 recommendation of $9,479,000. I don't gotta be a mathematician to see you're headed downstream for a disaster. So again, let's look at that there. Again, your department, everybody is important, so we gotta address that. Now, the capital outlays for your facilities, Public Works, everything Public Works have is aged. You have your capital outlay still at $500,000.
Yeah, so Senator, we have a number of projects, FEMA funded projects that will basically revamp, I would say, 80% of our buildings and facilities. So in St. Croix, we'll be getting a new Anna's Hope compound. That also includes a temporary space. We're also redoing the Concordia buildings in Frederickstead. We also are we're redoing our St. John facility as well. The $500,000 that you see for the capital outlays is for just the small things that we're doing to keep the building going and to make repairs in the buildings.
Okay, so base need an alternate source of electricity, solar panels. It needs it. That was the one problem they never fixed when they remodeled the building. It needs that. So you could look into that. Vehicles. I don't see anything in here regards gas prices going through the roof. Maintenance. cost of maintenance. What is your cost of maintenance and fuel estimated for? Because I didn't see it in here.
I'll ask
For your fleet.
Mr. Janice to respond again.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So yes, you are correct. Fuel is costing us a lot based on the increases. So projected for fiscal year 2023, fuel cost this is minus Vitron for the operation side is 200,000.
And with Vitron?
Vitron,
Diesel even more expensive.
yes.
You got budgeted there. Here's a point. You come to, your budget been cut. So let's address the issues that. Okay, so why you look for that? I'm glad now we're on the topic of Vitron. Have you budgeted the money for whatever vendor you're talking about for advertising on the buses, so you can start to generate revenue in the Vitron department to assist with some of the issues that we're speaking of now?
So we have, what we did is we recently added a new employee to the SDO office that is going to be responsible for managing the advertising program. As we stated in our budget presentation, it also, we're hoping that I think the procurement should close in July. So I know our budget outlay for it will be minimal, but we expect to receive
2
a
minutes.
significant amount of revenues that could help Ms. McGregor, especially with some of her capital expenditures.
Okay, again, the budget, that bill been passed. We need to get it rolling so we could start generating funds for that. On page 7 of the post-audit report, in the summary, it has 2 listings of federal funds. FY23 federal funds, 11,439,976, and FY23 federal funds, 425,000. What's the difference with those? Are they listed separately?
Senator, we'd have to take a closer look at that one. I know we just got the report yesterday afternoon.
Oh, okay. Okay, we can follow up on that.
Mr. Jennings, okay, Mr. Jennings will respond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are FTA. Those are the FTA awarded funds.
Which set? Okay, you have 2 separate sets is what I was saying. One is 11 million, one is just 425,000. They're separate funds from the federal funds. I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have to get back to you on
Okay,
that one.
all right, yeah. We could look forward on that. Now, a couple of things quick before my time run out.
Yeah.
The Fort Christian parking lot bathrooms, were they revamped?
So we did some repairs a few years ago, but right now we're actually we're anticipating putting out a procurement in early 2023 to revamp those bathrooms to completely rehabilitate them.
What funding source you going to use for those?
So we had some, I think in the supplemental budget, we got some money for the restrooms, and we're hoping to see some savings to be able to use that.
Okay,
to
so you
renovate them.
already have that money?
We're hoping so. If not, I'll come back to this body for that.
Okay.
Time.
If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the repairs on the National Guard fence. I highly appreciate that. And the Public Cemetery Fund. I see that you have 0 for 2023. When 2022 budget you had funding for that. How come you have 0 now for the 23 budget?
I'm going to ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
So we submitted projections for the St. Thomas St. John district of 114,000 and St. Croix Cemetery 117,600 based on our revenue collection for this fiscal year.
Oh, okay. I guess you didn't get that. And just in closing, Western Cemetery, St. Thomas, need a wall. You could give me an estimate on it, put it on the record as to what is the wish list or whether it could be projected. Let us know in the budget hearing. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and team.
I do owe, thank you, Senator. I know both you and Senator VLA have asked for that. I prefer to give it to you, off the record so that you could have it. You have that number instead of disclosing it on the record.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James?
Yes, good day to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good day, testifiers. My question to the commissioner, I see here in the FY 2023 budget you're proposing for $75,000 for the abandoned vehicle program for the St. Thomas, St. John district, St. Croix district, and what have you. And it was put in it was increased, if I'm not mistaken, by this body to make sure that you have more than enough. But can you just give us a brief update of how effective that has been going along as far as having enough funds and being able to carry out the mandate of getting rid of abandoned vehicles?
Yeah, thank you, Senator James. So as you know, that program in each respective island is run by the island administrator. So we've been working with them. I think it's been pretty effective, especially as we've been paving roads in a lot of the neighborhoods. They've been able to accompany us, tag the vehicles, get those that are not in a movable condition to be moved. I think it's been pretty effective. I know last year we actually were able to give them their fund balances so that they could continuously go out and move the cars. So I would say it's been pretty effective.
And through the chair, I would like to request those documents that speak about the funds being expended and what is available, because you just want to make sure that you have more than enough to carry out that program. Because as you know, we have a serious problem with abandoned vehicles in the territory. So I know it is controlled by the office of the governor, but it's under your budget. So just for budgetary purposes, just want to find out what is going on with those funds, okay?
Okay, got you.
As far as Public Works, I know you mentioned Vitran, but as far as the increase or the rise in gas prices, can you speak to what are some of the plans you plan to put in place to address the increase of gas prices?
Yeah, thank you for that question again. So we've been looking at, and as we talked about in our budget presentation, a big thing is the electrification plan that we're working on. Ms. McGregor and her team have applied for grants not only the 2021 cycle, but also in the 2022 cycle. We're hoping that those could come online. We know that would not only reduce the fuel cost, or bring them down to almost nothing, but it would also significantly reduce the maintenance costs as well. We're also looking at going to smaller vehicles, maybe, smaller buses, maybe lessening the amount of how much we depend on the large heavy-duty buses and moving to medium-duty buses that can accommodate the routes and possibly be more effective and efficient as well.
So my next question is, are you seeing a loss ever since the increase in gas prices, and what are you doing to make up for those additional funds? Like, what funding source are you using? Using the regular funds you use? Are you subsidizing through COVID funds? What is happening there?
So, Senator, I mean, Vitran always operates at a loss. As we said last year and this year, I mean, we collected this year we're expected to collect just south of $200,000, and last year we collected south of $200,000. So clearly, that isn't enough to fund Vitran. We depend heavily on not only the FTA subsidies, the federal grants, but also the local subsidies as well to keep the Vitran program afloat.
Okay, and I was in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands when we passed that bill for the good minority leader when it comes to putting advertisement on the buses. So let us utilize it, get Crucian around the edge on all these big companies around here to take part in that advertising marketing program. And as far as the federal highway funding sources, I see several mentioning of the Melvin Evans Highway. And as we speak about these different funding sources, quickly, can you just give us a quick update on if that issue was ever addressed between the Water and Power Authority and Public Works when it comes to the Melvin Evans Highway lights? And does these funds in here speaks to funding that light project, or is it WAPA? Talk to me.
So for the current phase that we're about to start, we do have the lighting for the street lights for the entire Melvin Evans Highway in that project. Public Works is doing it. It's just something that needs to be done. It's our roadway, so we're going to address it. As far as if it's been resolved with WAPA, I would say I don't think so. But we are, like I said, and I continue to say, the roadway safety is one of our ultimate concerns. So we're just taking on the mantle of fixing the street lights. Right now, we do have, I think it's about $2 million. 1.5, in the current project to do lighting assessments and replacement for the street lights that need to be replaced on the highway.
that's good news, and I'm hoping and praying that that happens soon, because it's like a big welcome to St. Croix in darkness when you come off of the report. But as far as your director of road,
2 minutes.
who is your director?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Your director of road. Who is the director of road right now?
So on St. Thomas, we have Mr. Calvert Gibson. And on St. Croix, Don Bruce and Mr. Jamil Ali.
And the director of road, how many individuals they have working with them? Is it a specific division? How many individuals in that office?
So
or
it's
division?
it's a unit under the operations division. Typically, I think it's about it's usually about 3 to 5 employees that they have, depending on the work assignments that they have. Sometimes we have to supplement individuals from other divisions within the division of operations, or in other cases, sometimes we reassign them to help other divisions as well, depending on the day's workload.
Can this body do anything that can assist you when it comes to that division? As far as additional resources, engineers, is there anything that we can do? Because we want to make sure that as we continue to pave these roads, that we have high quality roads. And I have legislation that will be coming shortly in which, we discussed together to change how we go about paving our roads. Anything you need in that division as far as resources?
So I know we've been talking consistently about doing more training for the guys, so that we could the maintenance that we do when we patch potholes and we sock cut and we overlay, that it actually lasts a bit longer. That's part of our pavement preventative maintenance plan.
Commission, is there a cost associated with this training? As we speak about the budget, we want to make sure as you speak about these initiatives that we can be able to fund it. So you do have the funding for that training?
No, I don't have the cost for that training. I do know the one thing that I could point to. I think we've been talking about assigning an engineer to that division. I think that's going to be about in the range of $80,000 to $100,000, because I do think that division needs somebody that we could dedicate to them to assist with the road repairs and maintenance. That's definitely something that's a tangible difference that would help almost immediately.
Time.
Please, let us make that a priority. Like I said, I have legislation that will be bringing down shortly. I hope and pray as we speak about this budget that you ask for the necessary things and resources to make sure that there is no reason for being held back when it comes to our infrastructure in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And please, as you speak about our $1.5 million for the lights on Melvin Evans Highway, please rectify that issue so we can light up the island of St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I was distracted. I didn't hear your answer for the 1.5 million light. What was the answer?
So what I think the answer is that we have the $1.5 million is included in the current segment that's being performed. So that's for the street lighting on the Melvin Evans Highway. So that includes
So
the assessment.
that's included in the contract.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So that should be starting next month.
Yeah. So I know the first step is for them to assess the street lights that are there, and then we'll repair the ones that could be repaired. And then for the ones that have to be replaced, they'll be placing those orders and getting them in the supply chain as soon as possible.
Okay. What's the source of the public cemetery revolving fund?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond to this.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. The source is the burial fees that we charge to the grieving.
Okay, and the increase took place when?
Fiscal year 2020. So September of 2020.
What's the actuals right now? I'm seeing a large decrease from fiscal year 2022, projected 464,483, to this year, 231,465. How much have we collected thus far?
Thus far, we have collected to date, as of June 13th, in the St. Thomas St. John district, $79,514. In the St. Croix district, $80,500 as of the 13th of June.
Okay, and you said 2020 was when the increase went into place?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Senator Sarro, you recognize.
Good morning to all. Well, this morning still? Yes? Okay. Morning. Since I viewing, let's go to your equipment briefly. What do you have budgeted for new equipment? Because I'm looking at your equipment right now, and I do see new equipment for St. Thomas and St. Croix, but you have some of your equipment is old. It says poor. The New Holland backhoe,
Correct.
the mini backhoe. That's correct, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so do you have anything budgeted for new equipment this year?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings
And
to respond.
when you say poor, what's the lifespan? A year
So,
left?
I mean, some of them, Senator, so I dare to even say some of them are older than you and I. I mean, we have some equipment that's just, they don't even make the parts for it anymore. So like dump trucks and stuff. So that's what we're looking to replace. So I'll ask Mr. Jennings.
So what do you have allotted for that?
We have 500,000.
Is that sufficient?
No,
What do you need?
at least 2.5 million.
Okay, and do you have a breakdown of the equipment that you need?
Yes, we could provide that.
Because I get exhausted with you coming with $500,000, and then you come back for a status update, and we hear that things can't get done because you don't have the equipment, but you never said you need. You never came to the budget hearing and said, this is the list of equipment that we need to fulfill the job. And that becomes a real issue. So through the chair, I'm asking for a list of equipment needed from the Department of Public Works that would total the 2.5. Now, we can't promise you the 2.5, but in other budget hearings, when you needed street sweepers and what's not, we made sure that you had the funding for the critical items. Okay? Let's go to page 13 of the post edit. Tell me if these salaries are correct. First of all, these are federally funded positions on page 13 of the post audit report, or general fund?
I think just in looking at them, it's a combination, but most of them are federal funds, right? These are for Vitran. These seem
Okay.
to be for Vitran.
So your mechanic for Vitran, you have mechanic 1.
These
That person is at 45.
60-58 is general fund.
You see it?
One is general fund.
So I think we need to make a, sorry, Senator, we need to make a correction.
Because I'm so confused with these salaries.
Yeah, go ahead.
So page 13 is all general fund, but that's a Vitran subsidy.
Okay, so help me now. So your mechanic 1 is making 45,000, but your mechanic 2 is making less than your, well, sorry, let's go back. Mechanic 1 is 45, and your mechanic 2 is making less than your mechanic 1.
Correct. So on,
And then mechanic 3
mechanic.
is making less than everybody else.
Yeah. So it's like the, it's in the reverse. I know typical, we think one day.
So 1 is high.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Who is that? Okay, say no more. Now, these are mechanics for buses,
That is correct.
and buses are run, that's a diesel engine?
Yes.
Yes?
They do both diesel and gasoline engines.
Okay. What's your age of your mechanics? Are they ready to retire? Have they just entered the workforce?
We have, they range in age. We have some that are close to retirement age, and then we have some that just started that are in their 30s.
Okay. So, have you looked at the salary across the nation for a diesel mechanic?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you intend to retain your mechanics at this salary? Are they
I mean,
unionized?
I mean,
They are
yes.
unionized.
Okay. What's your discussions with the union?
I mean, we've been talking, we've been having large conversations with OCB overall, not only about the mechanics, but about the entire heavy equipment
That's where I go next.
division.
Because I have, let's go to page 10. Your heavy equipments are making 37,000, 36,000, 43,000. And we're in a construction area. You're going to lose these employees to the private sector any day. So tell me your discussions with the union.
So we've been having the discussions, like I said, with OCB and with OMB about raising the salaries. But I mean, it does have far-reaching implications with the entire collective bargaining agreement. We are looking to hopefully raise them to at least a starting salary of like $60,000 to $70,000.
Is that in the budget?
I'm sorry?
Did we include that in the budget?
No, because it's like I said, it's just in the infancy stages of the discussion. Like
Because we had
just
this
started these
discussion
discussions.
about heavy equipment operator. This is my budget book, right? For the last 3 years. And in the beginning of my book, I have notes about the cost of the heavy equipment operators. And the former commissioner promised me that he'll have a discussion, and you giving me the same answer as Commissioner Petty, the exact same answer, 3 years later.
2 minutes.
Got you. So we'll make, I don't know what else is it.
This whole book this is my Bible for finance, so
Got you.
I ain't miss a beat.
Okay.
So can you get to negotiations in a speedy manner, expeditious manner?
So I know we're working. I know the first one's up is, like I said, Vitran, and we're hoping to do that this summer. I have been speaking to OCB about that one. And I'm hoping next, like I said, is the other union contracts that we have coming up. I think when we say Steelworkers is not Overloo. Sorry,
Okay.
is the next
So
one.
do
to
you
expire.
have in this budget any new positions for St. John bathrooms?
No.
Those bathrooms in St. John are deplorable, and that
No.
is. I know that the port is expected to build, we do the terminal, and because we allocated the capital improvement fund about 2 fiscal years ago to fix that whole area by the terminal. But in the meantime, the only bathroom that the tourists and those in Cruise Bay have is that bathroom next to Government House. And maybe if you have 9 stalls, 2 working, no soap in the bathroom, maybe of the 6 sinks, 2 may be working, no toilet paper, no staff.
So we recently solicited quotes to get those restrooms repaired, especially in anticipation of the upcoming carnival season. We do anticipate.
That's in a few days.
You're right, yeah. So we have our contractor repairing them as we speak.
So anything in the budget to hire staff to just clean a bathroom daily, that's part of your tourism product.
Yeah, so we do. I'll let Mr. Jennings respond.
We actually have a custodian on St. John responsible for cleaning the restroom.
1?
Yes.
7 days a week?
No, it's just 5 days a week. So what we've been also doing is talking to tourism to see if they could extend their contract, like, to cover the bathrooms. And then the next
You
thing,
receive funding from the TARF?
we do
What do you use that for?
roadside contracts.
Time.
And that's the only thing. Does the law allow you to use it only for roadside contracts? Or that's what you choose to use?
I'm not certain. That's a need. That's the greatest need is for the roadside contracts.
I think you should probably use a TARF to at least hire 1 more person for the bathroom. No? That's your call. Well, our call, right? Last question before we proceed. I think I had a buzzer. Just quickly, 2 more questions. What's your actuals to date? Your budget was 8.1 million last year. What's your actuals as of now?
I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
I have the approximate, but I could give you the exact. 14.5 million.
That's your actuals?
Yes,
Tell me
Senator.
from a general fund, sorry.
Yes, Senator.
So your budget was 8.1 and your actuals is 14 million so far? That's what you're telling me?
Oh, you just talking about personnel?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. I didn't. I could get you those numbers. I'm going to look them up right now.
Okay, just roughly though. So your budget was 24.5 million and you used 14 million
0.5.
so far? 14
Yes.
You think you're going to expend 10 million between now and September? 30th? Because you're 10 million out.
Yes, a majority. So we plan to come to this body to transfer some monies from personnel to the other areas in our budget.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, lastly, we saw the decision made by the Federal Reserve. We see the volatile market and economy that we're in right now. And I haven't really heard any of the agencies come before us with really a strong austerity measure plan in place. I heard gas high, this and that, but we don't have any, I'm not seeing any austerity measures by any agency that's come before us so far, given the climate that we're in. Like a plan for how do we, because we got government employee driving car 24/7, up and down the place, and they're not critical employees. What's the austerity measures in place to combat the economy that we're in right now? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sarro. Point of information or inquiry? You may proceed. I figured that's what it was. You may proceed.
Thank you for the time. I just walked in and I heard you say you want to transfer money from personnel to something else.
Yes, Senator.
I didn't hear the full conversation. How come we transferring money out of personnel and we ain't talking the raises for the personnel yet? I mean, where you transferring it to?
So,
I apologize for walking. I didn't hear it, so if you don't mind.
so we have some realized savings from, of course, not filling vacancies based on different issues timely. So the projected that I have a projection, we would subtract out any increases or any monies that we need before we ask for those monies to be transferred.
Yeah, don't transfer nothing until your union negotiate for your department and stuff and things. So leave that money alone. Thank you for the time, Mr. Don't mess with it.
I think I was.
Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to go back briefly on the equipment, are you renting? What's the cost of how much equipment you're renting? Anything being rented?
No, we don't rent any.
You're not renting?
You know.
Okay, because the previous budget you were renting at some exorbitant cost. Okay, thank you.
What's the vacancy savings projected?
Right now, 1.5 million.
Okay.
Just to
why
clarify.
That's why they probably cut your budget.
Yeah.
How many vacancies we had?
Right now, we have 23 vacancies.
Okay, and that 23 equal to 1.5?
Well, different sections, different time periods during a year, it would be more, it would be less. So in our projections, I would calculate all of those as well.
And so that you submit, that's coming down in the supplemental budget that's supposed to come from OMB in 2 weeks?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. What were the reasons as to why you couldn't fill those positions?
So some of the positions, I mean, we posted for weeks at the end and we got no responses. Some when we did interview the candidates, they lacked the qualifications that we needed, and then other positions we just didn't get online and through the process until later in the year.
Okay. And that's what I'm trying to true up, because in this budget this year, although I don't see how the numbers work out, there's some projected 1,200 vacant positions, according to what OMB sent to us and the correspondence from Government House. But we have never even been able to fill 500 positions. So every year we project these extremely large numbers, and then we fund those positions, and then we have a lot of money that's left back in personnel. So we're really looking at us being way more realistic in terms of our projections and based on what we've been able to fill on a regular basis, and then maybe bumping up that 10%. So we're going to look at your numbers. How many vacant positions are you projecting this year?
Ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
How many included in the budget? Vacant positions included in the budget number that was sent to us?
It would be the same amount because we have no new vacancies that we asked for.
But it would be less because you filled some.
Yeah. Yes, we hope to fill, and we hope to fill them all before the end of the year as well.
Okay, so you had 20-something vacancies at the beginning of the fiscal year?
Correct.
And how many of those 20-something you filled thus far?
22.
And then we had people resign and retire during that period of time as well.
Okay, so that carried back down.
Correct.
11, 12. So you have what, about 14, 15 vacant positions?
No, the 23.
23.
24,
Okay,
sorry,
so
20.
you had as much leave as hired. Okay, so you have 23 vacant positions, and you're trying to fill them before the end of this fiscal year. But
Yes.
you hope to fill a couple before the end of this fiscal year.
That's correct. We actually have some, like I said, in the interview process. We have some that we're bringing on right now that are in process as well.
And you are not projecting any new vacancies?
No.
No.
No, I don't think so, no.
Not
So-
this fiscal year.
No. Say that again?
Not this
What am I
Yeah, not
saying?
this
After you fill this, then you're saying you're good?
Hopefully, yeah. We don't have any, we have nothing else. I mean, yeah. That's it.
Point of inquiry, Senator Sorrell.
Just briefly, and because your vacancy savings is 1.5 million that you want to reappropriate from personnel, what is your starting salary for your engineers right now?
I think the starting salary is 66,000.
Okay. We need, and you talk about this technical bench all the time. Maybe your vacancy savings should go to increasing your salary engineers if you want to retain that technical expertise in the recovery era.
We also thought. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, so if I increase any monies this year, I have to make sure that we have the money for fiscal year 2023.
The projects.
Correct.
The projects, okay.
Correct. So the engineers are classified unionized
Non-union.
Yeah, classified non-union.
or classified non-union?
Exempt, actually, exempt.
Oh, so you could set whatever you want.
Correct.
Yes,
I mean, with approval.
correct. It's also based. I want to caution this body as well that it's also based on experience. I mean, I know that we need.
No, of course,
Right.
you can't bring in, and that's where your years of experience you got to
Right.
take into account. So you can't just have somebody fresh off the block making the same as somebody with 10, 15 years of experience, or
Correct.
somebody that have been working for the entity for a long period of time. But we would expect for you to be the determining factor as to how that scale would work out. We are not the determining factor. We are just asking the question as to what do we need to do to entice and retain engineers that come to public work. If you're good where you're presently at, then that's fine. But if you're not good and you have a recommendation for this body, then we will look at it during the markup process and make a determination as to whether or not we think that your suggestion needs to be included. But we don't want to be, what we're seeing every year is that we're given additional money to make salaries competitive, and then there are barriers that stop them from being competitive. So we say, like, we want to increase heavy equipment operators, and we ask for collective bargaining to do some type of justification, or the word is slipping me now, as to why we need to pay them some additional money, and we'll fund it. But then you go to the union saying, well, we're negotiating for everybody, but at some point, we are going to have to make the hard decisions and say, well, heavy equipment workers are going to get this. At one point, when we had a lot of traveling nurses at Wangui Hospital, they went there and made a decision and raised all the nurses' pay, and the union was saying, well, we need the other entities, and they said, we're raising ours. And we're able to eliminate the traveling nurses. I mean, we're back to that now because of the health situation worldwide, but I think you need to. It's just salary competitive for heavy equipment operators. It's just salary competitive for mechanics.
No.
So when we don't have a qualified mechanic because we can't pay them $10,000 more, it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
So let's bite the bullet and pay them the $10,000 more. You're going to trouble a union and right job the right job. Which union and right job for paying somebody more money? They have other arguments that they need to implement for the rest of their members. But throughout government, we see it's agriculture, the same thing, heavy equipment operators. We have the flexibility. We shouldn't have to reprogram that $1.5 million. That should be going to make your employees whole and be able to retain them. Because sometimes some additional monies might have made that street sweeper not retire. So we have to look and see how exactly we're going to be able to move this government forward. And I'm very concerned about Public Works, because Public Works is that you're a large entity. Well, you used to be a large entity. You have an important role. But, Mr. McGarry, how long have you been working there?
28 years.
28 years ago, how many employees Public Works had, on average?
Maybe 400.
Even more than that.
Maybe more.
Public Works was once up to like 700 employees.
Yeah.
And now we're down to what, 100 hour?
230.
Yeah. So we have a way to go. The St. Croix beautification project, where are the sites? You just said sites. And what is the plan there?
So we've selected the median on the highway, the portion that's close to the Frederick side with the grass. We've
That's you're placing those little stake in the ground now with orange. They're surveying that?
So yeah, they probably surveyed it that's VI paving. That's what it says, VI paving as a part of that project.
Okay, so VI paving is who has the stakes in the ground. Okay. So the median,
So we're doing a median. We've chosen the grassy median that is in the I think that's the Basin Track Golden Rock by Pueblo.
the one that's already adopted by,
Yeah, we're gonna do some refurbishing there. And we've chosen a couple of other communities by the airport as well. Sorry, we've also selected by the airport.
what part by the airport?
Right, I know. Sorry, along the airport road. I don't know exactly where, but we've chosen a site along
The
the airport
perfect
road.
spot I'm looking at the airport is when you leave the airport heading east, you hit to the stoplight, the lot right across, I have all of those signs. Need to get rid of all of those signs and just make it a beautiful welcome to St. Croix, an area where you could drive in and take pictures. Tourism has over $30-something million that they can utilize some of those funds for beautification. There's no way that they're going to go through the funding that they have. So you can make a request to tourism, or you could tell us the cost, and we will make a request on tourism and put it in that it's a line item to public work for beautification project. But that's, when you're coming off both airports, there should be some place where you could see welcome to the Virgin Islands, welcome to St. Croix, and there should be an area where you could pull up and take pictures. So that particular area is perfect for that. And the median for the highway, at one point they planted trees, and then they went and pulled up all the trees because they said it was a federal highway and they couldn't plant trees. I don't know if you guys you remember that a couple years ago? Check into that, because they did plant trees on the highway, and then they pull it up, and then they plant that shrub like that we have now. You were given money to hire crews for each of the island, for downtown cleaning crews. Are they really downtown cleaning crews, or because of lack of personnel, they've kind of become all over cleaning crews?
Yeah, so for that one, I also ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Yeah, that's a correct assessment, Senator. So we hired 11 individuals territory-wide to clean the tongues, and we incorporated them in our budget now.
That was the plan, but we don't want them to be assigned any other place. We want them in the tongues.
So if I can add, Senator, and I just to be very honest, right? When employees join the department and they come in as a cleaner, they quickly look to ascend into other positions because, I mean, nobody wants to stay at that entry-level position for forever. So we have had some people that have applied for other positions successfully. And others have moved into other units. We have this year.
So when they move in, then you have a vacancy in that position.
Yeah, but nobody, again, it's hard to get people to clean the downtown area. What we've done this year
It's hard to get people because we have the requirement of a high school diploma, correct?
Correct.
We get rid of that requirement for the cleaners. And if they don't have a high school diploma, they can't apply for the next position. There are a lot of people that don't have a high school diploma that want to work. And for a shovel and a broom and a bushwhacker, we don't need and I love education, don't get me wrong, but we don't need a high school diploma in order to clean the tongues. A large number of those individuals back in the 70s that cleaned the tongues, they didn't have any high school diploma, but they had pride. And they kept the place clean. And they didn't even have a truck. I see that's Mr. Dodson James back there. He could remember Christian said. A wheelbarrow, a shovel, a broom. And they were cleaning the gutters in front of Watergut and every other place. They had no grass growing up, and that was their job. Every day they just went around with that wheelbarrow, shovel, and broom. So if we need to fund additional positions for cleaning of the island, we need to know. But we do not want those individuals that are assigned to the tongues to be out of the tongues. They should be in Shaltamali every single day, just working in a different area. Cruz Bay, Frederickson, every single day. Frederickson shouldn't have guts that are clogged and garbage here and grass growing if we have those individuals that are specifically assigned to the tongues. So tell us the plan as to how you'll be able to have those individuals remain in the tongue. And right now you probably don't have enough because they moved to other positions.
Right.
So I will have the discussion with personnel. They're coming in next, right? Yeah, personnel is coming in next as to why are they continuing with that particular requirement for this particular position.
So yeah, I think that would definitely help. We've also been successful with bringing in people from the displaced workers program through the Department of Labor. So we've been able to bring 5 individuals that have been assigned to not only that program, but also some other programs in the operations division.
So now the next, going to the range of the engineer salaries, fresh out of college, what is the starting and then goes to experience? What's your range?
So right now, I know we start off, I think the lowest, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dennis, but I think the lowest salary is $66,000 for the engineers. And the highest in the local program, 90. Yeah, and of course we have Ms. Nicholas who makes more than that, but she's our chief engineer.
Ms. Nicholas deserves to make more than that.
She,
Ms. Nicholas, what do you think should be the range? Is our cap too low? The 90? What should be the range? Somebody coming in with 15, 20 years of experience. What should be the range?
I mean, they should make more than me. They should definitely make upwards of 150, you know, 120, 130, $150,000 depending on their experience.
Because I'm seeing with a contract that's when only if they go into the private contract. I'm seeing somebody that used to work for Public Works before, now they're a contractor as an engineer, and I saw that like 300,000. Marshall, he's an engineer.
Right? Yeah, he's an engineer. But
That's over a period
Over a period of
years.
time, over 3 years.
That's a multi-year.
Okay. That's a good one. I didn't look at the years. I was like, whoa, what? I'm glad for him, but I was like, okay. Now, and colleagues, I'll give you a 2 minute because I know you have some other questions. I looked at somehow, and this isn't your concern. I'll just put it out there. It's not your concern. I'm hoping that we could look across government and begin to normalize the salaries for these exempt positions. Because you see a director in one agency making X amount, and a director in the next agency making 10,000 more, and it doesn't make sense. You see that assistant commissioner of finance, accountant making 92,000, and you see the next assistant making 100,000. I'm like, you know, where is where's the parity? Why does one director make 75, and a next director in the next district, both exempt position, making 65? Why is that? Those are exempt. It's like you got some director position with different salaries according to Ireland.
I've asked both Ms. George and Mr. Jennings to assist me with normalizing that, because you are right. If somebody's making $50,000 in one district, just because they're in another district, they shouldn't be making less. So we are in the process of normalizing that, at least in our department.
Okay. The architect making 60,000. That's a first-year architect, or somebody that been there a long time.
That's Mr. Yeah, he's a recent.
He retired.
But Mr. Brown retired. That person retired. Not to put names.
Okay, so you got somebody in to fill a position.
That position isn't filled. No, we have another architect.
Okay.
And
Your crew that goes out and patch, etc., sufficient? Number of individuals in the patching crew, the road crew that goes out and try to maintain the potholes?
We do need more people. I mean, it's sufficient now given the amount of asphalt that we have, because they can only patch given the availability of asphalt. So I mean, if we're going to increase the crews, if we're going to double them, then we need to make sure that we have the availability of asphalt.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, let's go to 2 minutes. I know you have some questions, especially questions for your district, and when public work come, we'll have a lot of non-budget questions, because people just want information. So, Senator Blyden, and you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask one more budget question. Mr. Jennings, in the total report, there's several pages of our professional service contracts. Many of them are open. Some have expired this month, some expired at the end of this month, and many in November. Those that have expired, what's the status? What's going on there?
Thank you, Senator. So those are currently in the procurement process. Those are our roadside contracts.
All?
The ones that you see expiring this month.
Some have expired already too, though. So they're still in the procurement?
Yes, once we have the approval from the Property and Procurement Commissioner, they would issue us the okay to continue to use them.
Okay, very well. Ms. McGregor, I'm very happy to see that the operating agreement for the ferries has finally come to fruition. It's in the next couple of months, 45 days. That's very good news for the territory. In terms of the 300 passenger ferry, what does that look like in terms of cargo, cars, etc.? Is that going to be included? Is it outfitted for that also?
No,
Where they can
Senator.
carry heavy? No, just ferry only. Period.
Ferry services to include a 300 passenger capacity.
Okay, and in that proposal, what would the price range
30
look like?
seconds.
Can you speak to that also? The price range?
We've gotten quotes on the vessel at 6.2 million.
Okay, and in terms of price range of per territory, back and forth. Speaking to the price range in terms of price to go from St. Thomas, St. Croix, back round trip, etc.
The price for a vessel for that
No,
route?
no.
For passenger.
Passenger traveling back and forth. Because you know we have issues in terms of getting to and fro from St. Thomas to St. Croix.
Time.
You know, St. John, St. Thomas, we know it's $12, etc. Do you have a price range in mind?
So, if I may, Senator, I think that the PSC is the entity that sets the price for the passengers going back and forth.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't think that we haven't gotten
We
to that.
don't
Yeah,
price-
we tried to.
no.
Yeah, we tried to. Stay over that.
Understood.
Yeah.
I know that. I was just asking a question.
We don't set the
In that
fares for
respect.
the
I know.
passengers.
I know that. I know that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blythe and Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to this Vitran Operation Maintenance Facility, which is the Sonny Barnes facility. What's the cost for building this facility that has been on the books for so many years, and why have it not started? We continue repairing that temporary facility. What's the status on the new facility?
So we recently the amount of money that we had. Let me back up. We do have to go out for a new design. Ms. McGregor and I have been having a conversation. We have to go out for a new design to determine the cost for the new facility that we want to include. So we're actually starting from square one with that one. We don't have. I guess a short answer is we don't have an engineer's estimate right now because we don't have a preliminary design.
This been in the woodworks for quite some time. You have two equipments, a Holland Dozer on St. Croix and a 2018 case back one St. John. What's the status on these two pieces of equipment? Because the one on St. John especially is a 28 and it's in poor condition. So what's the status? What's going to be the cost to repair that? And the Holland Dozer on St. Croix. Does the department have a mechanic on staff to provide the necessary repair to do that work, or it's going to be outsources?
So for most of our heavy equipment repairs, we do outsource them. We do have a mechanic that could do basic repairs for light duty, some of the specialized equipment, and some of the heavy duty, and he does the basic maintenance. But for most of our heavy duty equipment, heavy equipment, we do have to outsource it.
30 seconds.
As far as the condition, I think
So
in New
what's the
Holland.
status for that?
So I think in New Holland, I believe that's one of them that we recently got up and running. I believe that was one of them that we recently got up and running. The one in St. John, I think that one is up and running as well. Because of the age, it needs to be replaced, and because of the duty that it undertakes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, how many persons you had retired?
I think the number was 11 that we had.
11 retired, okay, and 11 resigned. And of the 11, all of the GRS money and thing paid up for them to collect?
I don't think so. I know all of them they're in different phases, but I don't think that all of them have it. Ruben?
Yes, Senator. All of them should be paid up. Should have been paid up.
No, it sure ain't good enough. Is it paid up or it ain't paid up? For them to retire, 11 of them, the money have to be paid in. Is it paid in? The GRS, I think, for them to get the money.
I would say yes. Yes.
Okay, you put your head in the black for that? Can you? Okay, 11 people. Two GS persons, their increases coming this year. You said that's budgeted already?
For Vitron, yes.
Okay, and once again, what bargaining unit you have at Public Works, and when are they negotiating?
We have VI Workers Union. We are waiting dates for OCB to negotiate along with us. We have Overloo. That contract expires in September. So we also are waiting dates as well. And we have the USW Supervisors Union. So I know that's overall GVA for that contract for USW supervisors.
Okay, so the whole of Public Works pending negotiation except the GS persons who are already locked in.
30 seconds.
Correct.
Okay, and finally, again, vendors. What's the total owed to vendors?
330,000.
And how are you working out your payment plan to make them whole?
We have worked out payment plans with VIA, which went successful, and we will be paying most of all of these bills by the end of September.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James, you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Public Works. As far as funding that you have allocated to deal with our stop signs and the striping of the roads and the necessary equipment needed, can you speak to have to address things that I made mention, the little low-hanging fruits issues?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for the question, Senator. So we do have two district-wide signage contracts through the Office of Highway Engineering. Those are, I think most of them, those are nearing completion, but we've been able to do a lot of signage. We've also been augmenting that with our local crews with signage as well. So we've been pretty successful, I would say, on the signage front. I know several members of this body have been reaching out to us about signage needed in some areas, so we've been trying to address those. As far as striping goes, we recently did a task order solicitation for striping. I know right now that's currently in the procurement process, so we're still evaluating those bids. In St. Thomas, we recently hired an individual to do striping. So the thermoplastic paint has been ordered and is on the way. We're hoping that should be here this summer and that you should be seeing a significant impact there. With the ARPA and the 8454 funds, we also included intersections in both territory-wide that will be striped. Some major intersections like the Duno intersection, the intersection, I think the Queen Mary Highway, Paradise intersection, as well as the Royal Schneider Hospital intersection.
30 seconds.
We are getting quotes for striping equipment on St. Croix, so we could start to do that in-house as well. And we've been undertaking a tree trimming initiative as well this summer that is going to make our signage more visible and to eliminate some of the hazards that we have.
And
and we're doing pavement markers as well in this district. We've been able to put down several hundred pavement markers across St. Thomas.
And based on the FY 2023 budget, can you speak to how many positions you have available as far as the individuals who are responsible for using the government vehicle to drive up and down the island to do an inventory and assessment of all the stop signs and the necessary low-hanging fruits, whether a certain area need a guardrail? Can you speak to how many positions and the name of the positions?
Yeah, so we have the director of roads and the assistant director of roads. That's part of their responsibility. We also have, as I mentioned, the iWork program, which also gives us the ability to allow residents to bring those things to our attention. And we depend on our deputy commissioners of operations. And then finally, I've been asking our Vitron drivers to actually do some assessment for us while they're on the road, because they are our first line of defense in that area as well.
Mr. Chair, I just want to ask this one last question.
You may proceed.
As far as the turnaround time, how long does it take? What is the process to put up a sign from the time a person call and say, let's say X, Y, and Z, then you have to go to bid? What is it done in-house? Can you speak to that process? Because I find it very disturbing sometimes that a sign was laying on the ground for the longest. Explain that process to us.
So for the most part, if once you bring it to our attention, we send our crews out to do our...
1 minute, he's still speaking.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Conclude your statement, Senator. We didn't hear the last part of your statement.
I was basically saying, as far as manpower the necessary funding sources, the turnaround time. What really takes so long for a stop sign to be erected? Because we have so many stop signs on the ground. Is it a manpower issue, a funding issue?
Go ahead, proceed. Answer.
So we do have so it depends on the route. I know if it's a federal aid route, the first thing that we do is we ask our Office of Highway Engineering to do an inspection, make sure that it's suitable for a stop sign, or if there's one there, we actually send our operations crew out to just cut away from it and make sure it's visible. If it's a new sign that needs to be erected, once you bring it to our attention, we do send the engineers out just to do a simple traffic assessment.
No, he's talking about signs that are damaged.
If they come to our attention, then we put them back up. But I mean, that's...
So you have extra signs?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. And you have a crew within Public Works that erect those signs?
Correct. The operations crew takes care of that.
Okay. And the signage project is finally winding down?
I'll ask Mr. McLean to...
Yes, Senator. In both districts, the signage projects are nearing completion. In St. Croix, it should be done in September, and in St. Thomas, they'll be completed in August.
Okay, thank you so much. Point of inquiry 2, one by Senator Blyden, then we'll go to Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, you said that your bus drivers are on the front line and they usually all get to see everything while they're driving the bus. How have the response been in terms of communication back to you when it comes to those issues?
Senator, it's been good. I mean, they've been in most cases, they've been coming either through Ms. McGregor, through our Vitron operations managers, or they come to me directly. And I think it's been good, particularly in St. John. I mean, the crew in St. John really goes out and makes sure that we remove any driving hazard that the drivers notice, the Vitron drivers notice. I think it works well.
That's good to know. That's good to know, because I know you had a situation in Anna's area with a tree that was in the road for some time, but I was taken care of anyway. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Johnson, point of inquiry.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, I saw in the Carlton Road project, you said it's completed, and it's also stated guardrails was installed. Where on that road is there guardrail installed?
You said, I'm sorry, Senator, you said for the Carlton Road project?
On the Carlton Road project, yes. The very last sentence in that paragraph there, guardrails were installed and the project is completed. Where on that road is the guardrail?
So I'll ask Mr. Jomo McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, there's some punch list items that they need to complete, but they did some rails on the eastern side of Carlton.
I'll take a drive there today, but I can't recall seeing any guardrails, no place on that site.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. I'm getting a text, the quarter-mile stretch of roadway between Drake Seat Overlook and the Hull Bay intersection. They said that one side of the road is completed, the next side is milled, and it's bad.
Yeah. Oh, so the contractor
Matter of fact,
actually...
somebody had an accident.
No, so there was, when they were doing the original project, there was a combination of bad weather and where the equipment was parked and how some of the property owners built that caused a situation of undermining. So the contractor also actually started today, and they'll be doing a retaining wall, and then we'll be progressing with the road paving on that project.
So they're going to try to complete the retaining wall before they pave the next side of the road?
Correct.
Okay. Fine, coming. I didn't call you for 2 minutes. Go ahead. Point of information. Senator Saros, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. You need to put up a stoplight on that road because one lane is really the working lane. So people go on the opposite side. If you let's say we're coming from what the chap always say St. Anne's. That's not St. Anne's. The
Our Lady of
church.
Perpetual Help, yeah.
Our Lady of Perpetual. Okay, so if you come in and you take that corner, you're gonna right. You traveling that way on the right, and then when you see a car coming and that same side, you go back on the left, and then you and you go back again. That's an accident waiting to happen. If one lane is going to work, put up the stoplights like what you do on the way to Bodo. That would be the most, because that's a very dangerous road to traverse.
I'll ask Mr. McLean to also.
Yes, Senator. Thanks for the question. They actually are going to be putting up a stoplight because the the tracker is being mobilized to the site today, so they'll be excavating out that area.
But that area has been that way for at least 2 months now. A long time with no stoplight.
Okay. LaGrange, the road in LaGrange, I'm trying to, up from Crystal Water, they said the road is literally dirt. It was, work was done on it and on the one side, and some of the property owners called me and said they've actually like driving through their property now because the road is so bad.
We could. Yeah,
Look into
we'll look into it.
Yeah.
We'll definitely look into it.
Okay, I will get you some of the plot numbers so that you can know exactly where it is. But Crystal Water, is that going straight up? Going into...
Well, I'm familiar with that area. That's not our project. I think that's maybe a WAPA repair project, so we'll follow up.
Yeah,
and
they said WAPA
coordinate
did
with them.
some, they fix it and they're gone and the road is in just total disrepair.
We'll
So-
follow up on that one.
Okay, thank you so much. You'll have the residents of LaGrange quite happy. The mahogany trees, a lot of the trees died as a result of the storm. I am terrified that some of those branches eventually are going to fall into the roadway. Some of them are, they're quite expansive, but they died.
Yeah.
What is the plan in terms of making sure that we don't have issues? And some of the trees that are living also have portions of the tree that's in real bad condition.
Right.
Well, what's the plan to be able to, those that are living, just to cut back the dead branches, but those that die, to make sure that at no point it's going to fall in the road?
So in the St. Croix district, Mr. James and his team started with an initiative last week where they actually started tree trimming the mahogany trees along Queen Mary Highway. We started from the Oriental Bank, the Sanyels area, making our way westward. So they've been doing that. That will continue throughout the summertime, just so we could prune back and eliminate any hazards. We've also reached out to WAPA and VIA about cutting the lines that are in cutting the trees that are in the lines, because we don't have authority to do that. In this district, we've also been doing a tree trimming initiative as well. I think this week they actually started in Hospital Ground with the help of the utility companies to start in that area, that row of mahogany trees. We have been writing consistently to agriculture as well as DPNR whenever we see one that needs to be removed, and they've been very cooperative. So that's an ongoing initiative that we have.
The ARPA funding for roads you use, how much this year? 19, 20 million? How much was allocated for this fiscal year?
This fiscal year, I think we got just north of $20 million. I believe it's like $22 million that we got in ARPA funds.
And those monies correlate with our fiscal year or with the federal fiscal year?
It correlates with our fiscal year.
Okay, and what's the allocation for next fiscal year?
We haven't gotten the final number yet. I'm hoping it's in the same neighborhood, but we haven't gotten it by year yet.
I read the act, and it is every year it goes up a little bit more once you expend. So if you got 20, you should be getting like $1 million or $2 million more. So have you started planning out how you're going to spend those monies?
Yes. Yes.
So we are supposed to have ongoing road projects for the next 4 years utilizing the ARPA fund, because we have over $20 million per year.
That's
of
correct.
federal funds. So if we don't spend it, something is wrong. You did a good job spending what we have thus far. I hope it holds up.
Thank you.
As I saw a lot of overlay. I'm hoping the overlay really was done the way that it should have been done, and it's just not a quick fix. And next year, we will have those roads paved the same way that they are paved now. Ms. Nicholas, is that going to happen? You think it'll hold up?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the best stretch of road I see paved at St. Croix was the road right there in front of Public Works from Gateway all the way down to Contentment. That thing was paved, and that road lasts forever. It was, and matter of fact, the federal government made them pick it up and put it back down. But when that went down, we didn't have a bunch of issues with potholes. So I hope that we're looking at those same type of specifications and making sure that these contractors do what they're supposed to do. Any of the remaining or the next tranche of ARPA funds going to be utilized for guardrails?
So our projects were...
Like here in St. Thomas, I see in some nicely paved road, and the guardrail in the bush, just like hanging, it's gone.
So it's a combination of things. We've ordered the proper attachment so that our operations crews can actually go out and repair some of the guardrails in some areas, drive the posts, put the posts in and repair them. And additionally, any project that we have, any new project that we have where it needs guardrail replacement or installation, we're making sure to include that as well.
Okay. Senator Sorrow.
Thank you. Beside guardrails, manholes, is that in the budget as well with the ARPA funding?
Yes, so I know
Because
especially-
you'll be paving roads and we create a pothole.
Yeah,
Because
yes.
the road up here and the manhole down here, and that's throughout the territory.
So the contractors have been going back and raising them. I know in St. Croix, even, I mean, I've had several residents that mentioned
We have
actually-
one right in front of the legislature. That everybody to dodge and come in the middle of the road and come back.
Okay, we'll take a look. We'll take a look at
And
that
that's a
one.
no road out there.
Okay, we'll take a look at it.
So it's included.
Yes, it is.
Okay. When you say road signage, what do you mean? Road signage is
I
the
think
name of the neighborhood or stop, enter, go, slow down, yield.
What are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Road signage. You talk about road signage earlier and funding for road signage.
So we talk about traffic. I think you're talking about traffic signage.
So that's-
Yeah.
so it'll be
stop,
traffic.
Go, no, yeah, one
Anything
way.
for naming of the neighborhoods that I asked it 100 times.
Yes, actually, I'm pleased to report we have some funding to work with to use a tourism branding, and we're going to use it to do the renaming of some of our neighborhoods. So you should see it start with Christiansted, Frederickstead, downtown Charlotte Amalie.
Because take this in a very constructive way, but BPOP, say, Alvin Brownie Brown Road, ain't a soul gonna know 100 years from now, unless it's, if your history is a little shaky in school, you're a history major. Who is that person? So I started to say, like, only place I can reference is St. Kitts. That's my other home. And when you go to a different village, the village of McKnight, and then the bottom has this brief, like, 3-sentence history of when the town was founded, by which settler. Like, we just point up a nice green sign, and who is Alvin Brownie Brown? His date.
30 seconds.
His year that he died. What is he known for? Is Alvin Brownie Brown a radio host? Like what?
No, I got you. I know. So, like I said, I've been speaking to Ms. Calendar about it. It is an initiative that I've asked Mr. McLean and Ms. Calendar to assist us with, and we're going to also
And you have
dedicate.
some bright Virgin Islanders that I think I connected you with. That's fine. I mean, they have to go through the process
Right.
anyhow. I wouldn't try to alter the process or influence it. But you just have bright Virgin Islanders that are willing to put out a bid if it goes out for that project.
Okay.
And lastly, the fishery infrastructure in St. John, where are we?
Time.
We allocated our funding already. You gave me a number, and you come back and tell me we're insufficient.
Yes.
Where are we?
So we've started the initial phases of the process. We're going to be doing the geotechnical surveys and stuff that are necessary, and I've also personally been speaking to the Port Authority to make sure that we don't have any security issues in there, because I know that was a major concern. I just want to make sure, like, before we start, that they don't have an issue with the proximity to the barge.
And then the car ferries, any subsidies for the car ferries? That's transportation. The car, we talk about passenger. Is the car ferry included, the barges?
No. No.
Is there a federal mandate that said we can include the car ferries?
No, we just.
No, we're
yeah.
doing public transportation for passengers.
Do we not consider a barge public transportation? Because the government is the greatest utilizer of the barges. And you have a dialysis patient, you have people that, St. Jonians have to utilize the barge, and there's no subsidy for the barges?
No, we don't currently know.
No.
So we don't use that, so it wouldn't even be considered public transportation.
We could look into it. I mean, we could definitely look into it. I know, like,
That falls on the Port Authority.
so we do have it. Sorry, we do have it as a part of our as a part of our multimodal plan.
So the car ferries would be considered at some point?
Yes.
Hopefully. And then just one more. Of your 10, you had 10 million remaining. You have 3 months to spend your 10 million. You only intend to reallocate 1.4 of your vacancy savings. What's your plan to move that remaining? It'll be probably like 8.6 million of the 1.4.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. So the majority of that includes a Vitran subsidy, which we ask for every month to go into the account 6058. And we also have, we try to not spend too much prior to hurricane season, just in case of any emergencies. So we try to have it's a small fund, just in case.
So what is small fund for the hurricanes? What's the amount?
Very small, like 250,000.
That's still in time how you can spend your 10 million, your 8.6.
So Vitran accounts for, so that's 5 months, 4 months, 5 months remaining from that amount that hasn't been taken out. We have the subsidy for the ferries, 200,000. Also have the subsidies. We have parking lot projects, and we also have several projects that the commissioner has on the books.
So we have a project. We have a project for the main building down in Crown Bay, and then we also have a couple of smaller like cemetery projects that we want to undertake as well.
Good,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. Senator Kenneth Gittins has joined us, so he has a couple questions. Senator, I'm going to put 4 minutes on the clock for you. Senator Gittins, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Thank you for the allowance of time. First, let me just say condolences to the family of Mr. Amos Seeley, Sergeant Major Amos Seeley. I am tardy today because I was attending that funeral. Good morning, Commissioner and team. How are you today?
Doing well. Good morning.
Good. I was listening on the way to the funeral and then on the way from the funeral here. And I heard you spoke of some 23 employees that departed through resignations and retirements. You said 11 were actual resignations, but any of the remaining 12, were there any terminations in there?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay, everybody behaving good then. Are any of the resignation positions part of your current funded vacancies?
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Jennings to respond.
Yes, Senator.
They are all 11?
Yes.
So you have gotten back all the NOPAs for these 11 retirees or resignations, sorry?
Yes.
I'm sorry, all 23 to include resignations and retirements, you have gotten back all 23 NOPAs?
Yes.
Excellent. Were there any exit interviews done to see reasons for some of the parties?
So yeah, we did do exit interviews with some of the with some individuals. Some also refused to do exit interviews.
Okay, that's just gleaning over the thing. The 11 resignations were exit interviews done with all 11.
Yeah, some, not all.
So then the answer is no. The question was, have you done exit interview with all 11? The answer is no.
No.
Thank you. The now, how many reimbursements, if any, have the Department of Public Works gotten back? I heard the conversations of road signs, but how many reimbursements have we actually gotten back from negligent drivers who are actually cited, found guilty in court, etc., for their negligence of damaging or destroying government-owned property, such as road signs and the what you call it, guardrails, etc.
So thank you for the question again. Recently, we got one. I know we closed our insurance settlement very recently. We have a large number more still in progress, particularly in this district.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
So we've closed one claim recently with an insurance company, and we have several more in process, and we've been successful. We also sent a few invoices to the concrete companies as well for doing their cleanups.
How many claims you have?
So it's a number of them. I think we wait on police reports for the majority, but I know I can think off the top of my head of 3 or 4 recently that we've gotten back.
1 minute.
Can you submit to the chair for the last 24 months the number of claims you have and any reimbursements that you may have gotten as well in the last 24 months?
Sure.
Now, what's the status of the highway lighting project? Is that under you or WAPA?
So we did mention it earlier. It is included in this last segment of the Melvin Evans Highway. So that will be done at a cost of about $1.5 million. And again, that is included in this contractor's scope of work.
When is this expected to be done? Frederick said the western end of the island for sure is in total darkness.
Right. Yeah. So we've had the discussions with them. The first step is that they'll be doing an assessment of the light to see what is repairable, so they could get them repaired in short order. And then the next step is to order those that need to be replaced to get those in the supply chain so we could order them.
And through the chair, can you give us a timeline
Time.
on this project in Frederick said, please?
Sure.
Through the chair. And lastly, I think time was called. Just one statement, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Commissioner, I think we had spoken before, but we haven't caught up yet. But when you get back to St. Croix, please contact me so I could show you an area right near your deputy commissioner in Frederickstead on Queen Mary Highway, area of Mars Hill, where there's some mahogany trees there that's actually destroying people's private properties, namely their cisterns. And just wondering, trying to get an answer for these private residents, what can be done to assist them.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And don't forget LaGrange Road, please.
Point of inquiry.
Who called a point of inquiry? Senator Johnson? James?
Javon James.
Senator James, you recognize. Thank you, Senator Gittins. And I did question that LaGrange Road. Senator Gittins, can you please give precise direction to the road that we're speaking to? I wasn't great at the directions.
That's the main LaGrange Road. When you make the right by the mailboxes to go up, you'll be traveling east past the bus shanty. The commissioner is fully aware of that area, as he and the former deputy commissioner and I have visited that area at least on 2 occasions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You remember where it is, Commissioner?
Yeah, that's what, yes.
Okay, great. So if we could have that address. I think Senator Carrion just came in. Senator Carrion, we're just wrapping up, but I definitely will give you 4 minutes to ask some questions. And before I go to you, Senator James, your point of inquiry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just want to find out from Public Works, where in the budget I can find that appropriation that speaks to funding the reconstruction or the rebuilding of the lagoon, Altona Lagoon bridge in Christiansted. Where in the budget? Because I know I spoke to ODR, and she made mention that it was. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Senator. It's part of the federal. It's part of the OHE's Federal Highway ER project. It's a part of the bridges project that they have.
And it has it
Is
already.
in the budget.
Go ahead, Senator James.
I just want to know these last 2 things. Where in the budget, like I said, and if you can, through the chair, if you can submit any documentation that could speak on the status update with that project, because it's becoming a hazard. Thank you. We need some timelines.
So I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond on to, and then he can also provide the timeline.
It's included on page 8
of the testimony, or
of the testimony, and it's also included in the appendix with the list of projects.
on page 8, under which category?
under Federal Highway.
Okay, and that was a contract that was for all the bridges, right?
It's the contract for 3 bridges plus Lagoon,
Okay.
which is East Airport, Midland Bridge, and Lagoon.
Okay, and it's already been awarded.
It's been awarded. The contractor is actually 70% complete with the design. And they hope to be complete with the design in August.
Okay. So it's a design bill?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator, carry on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues and good afternoon to testifiers and the people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner, in regards to, I was seeing here in capital outlays, you're requesting only 500,000 in this present budget. Is that sufficient for the things that you want to do?
Yeah, for the minor repairs that we have slated for the buildings, yes. Again, we do have major renovations being undertaken for the Anna's Hope compound in St. Croix. We're rebuilding the Concordia compound in St. Croix, as well as the St. John compound as well for heavy equipment and Vitran.
Okay, and with regards to your vehicles for the department, I know you mentioned about equipment. Did you include it then, the vehicles, or do you need some additional vehicles?
So I know we've been, Assistant Commissioner Jennings and I have been doing an assessment because I know in some cases we do have in a lot of cases we have a very aging fleet of our light duty trucks. So we've been replacing them. I think in the current budget, in next year's budget, we also have some money in there for replacing trucks as well. That's something that we continue to do.
Okay, and I also have a major concern that I've been seeing. It's with regards to safety. I know we have a number of road projects that are taking place. Who in the department is responsible to ensure that safety guidelines are being followed? I'm seeing companies that have people directing traffic without having flags. Not the proper signage in place. Cones are not where they should be. And then you run into these projects where the roads are unleveled, or you have a speed bump and there's no signage. There's a new speed bump that's been placed. When the department is ensuring that the companies abide by the safety standards.
So each project manager is responsible for reviewing the project's traffic plan, the maintenance of traffic and operations plan. I know on the federal projects, they actually have to submit, it's part of their submittals for how they'll do the traffic plan, the traffic management and maintenance. For our local projects, especially for these that you've been seeing go out, because we do them by task order, we don't really include that, but we do expect them to have the normal traffic safety operations. I can tell you from an overall perspective, we do plan on having a training with our paving contractors where we just talk about the basics of traffic maintenance and flagging, etc.
Okay, having the plan is one thing, but implementing the plan is something else. And I can tell you, driving the streets on St. Croix and seeing the numbers of projects that you have, many of the times you see things that are totally out of place. These things can cause, and I'm pretty sure have caused accidents, not having the proper signage. So who monitors the project managers that are supposed to be monitoring these traffic plans and ensuring that they're being implemented?
So 1 minute. Each project manager is overseen by their district supervisor, as well as if they're in the highway engineering program, they're overseen by Mr. McLean. If they're on the local side, they're overseen by Miss Nicholas. But I do want to just stress that we are out there reviewing their plans. I know for a fact, if any resident sees any discrepancy or sees any issues, if they call us, we try to go out and have it rectified immediately.
So my time is running, but let me ask, Commissioner, are there any penalties or fines to these contractors when there are violations within their traffic plans?
Yeah, we don't. So typically what we do is we'll issue a stop work order. If you recall, we did one last year because we weren't happy with the work product as well as the maintenance of traffic plan that they provided. So that's the biggest thing we do. We issue a stop work order. In the case of our local contractors, we can exercise liquidated damages if necessary. but we've never had that case on the local side.
To take a look at this because we have to improve. What about sidewalks? Are those, because in the beginning we heard that most of these road projects were going to have sidewalks, and they were going to be at federal level, and they would have everything that a road should have. Are we building new sidewalks? Are we just repairing old damaged sidewalks?
So on our projects where we have the available space, we are including sidewalks. We're including accessibility for the pedestrians as well as bicyclists. Where we don't have it, we haven't explored acquiring land to do so. Like I said in our testimony, on the operation side, we have been doing a significant amount of sidewalk maintenance because that is right now what we can do in house. But for our larger projects, it is part of them.
We need more sidewalks, Commissioner. We also need you to look into crosswalks. We've had, unfortunately, lately a number of our citizens have been hit by vehicles, or killed by vehicles. We need to ensure that we also have crosswalks and proper signage for these crosswalks. I think is very important. And just in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, in the area of beautification, I heard you mention the Frederickson Highway. When is that project will start? Because last year you were here and you presented to us that was part of the beautification plan, but we haven't seen anything yet. What's the timeline for that beautification? And I'm also concerned now that we're also getting an increase of cruise ship visitors this year. Our scenic view areas, even the scenic drive areas, are there any conversations with you and the Department of Tourism to identify these areas where we as local citizens can be able to enjoy, but also we have visitors and guests that come to the territory, that they can stop and enjoy these scenic areas and see the beauty of our territory? What conversations are you having in that area? So can you please expound on the chair's time? And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your leniency and allowing me to ask these questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Commissioner, you may proceed and answer.
Okay, so he asked a lot, so let me try to answer them. As far as crosswalks, we do have an initiative this summer. We'll be going out. Like I mentioned, we have a couple of major intersections that we have identified to do striping and sidewalks. We're also going into the areas, the neighborhoods that we have schools, and we'll be replacing the crosswalks there as well as part of a safety initiative. For our scenic views, I know most of the residents in St. Thomas will recall that we did a large cleanup of our downtown scenic view. We have been trying to identify them, cut back some of the trees so that people could see the views, see the scenic areas. As far as identifying them, we would probably have to pick that up with the signage initiative that we mentioned earlier. And then lastly, the beautification initiative on St. Croix. I think you should be able to see at least the first set of medians addressed by later this year. I think we should begin to see movement on that later this year.
Thank you, Senator Sorry, you had a point of inquiry or information? Point of inquiry, Senator Sorry, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To A and B, the road by not Brookman Road, the cement road in the country, going up that hill, right across from, I live and I can't remember the name of the road.
Mariandal?
Headed to Nara, the road where you have all those bars, and you.
Mariandal,
Mariandal, and okay, and we spoke about that road that is given away because of construction happening by the homeowner. And what's the status of that?
So,
have we cited the homeowner? What's going on? Because that road is a danger to society.
Yeah, I agree. So I did reach out to DPNR. I brought it to their attention so that they could cite the homeowner and make sure that we have provisions to replace the roadway.
Worse.
Say again?
It's gotten worse.
It's gotten worse. Yeah, a lot of people have been reporting it. I mean, I'll go out there again, take more pictures, and send another email. But I have been in direct discussions with DPNR about it, personally.
And then Major Cummins Ballpark in front needs some
speed bumps.
A child will run to that. That's just scary to think about.
Duly noted.
Like yesterday, speed bumps needed.
Got you.
Want me to keep talking? Oh.
You may proceed, Senator.
and then going back to the I have a bit. Come on. Mr. Commissioner. And then we have in the code, actually, on my phone, our legal counsel is so amazing. They indicated that the code does indicate, it was intended to also include the barges. So there was legislative intent, but somehow they were excluded. So I think that we probably need to revamp the legislation to include the barges, because the code does. You can see the intent here, but it's not explicit in saying the barges.
Got you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I think we have exhausted all of our questions. The commission would like to put something on the record.
Yeah, so earlier you had asked for the territory-wide projects that we have. So we have a culvert analysis project and then a slope stabilization project as well. And those are both HMGP.
Okay. Those are two good projects. I am going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record. I thank you for your testimony and for being available for questions along with the members of your staff. You may close.
Thank you, Senator Viale. I just want to thank you and, of course, all the members of the Committee on Finance and all the senators for the continued dialogue. You have been a direct participant of all the work that we've been doing over the past months, and I do want to thank you guys for that. I also want to thank my staff. I want to thank not only the individuals here with me in the well, also those behind, but also the individuals that are keeping the department running while we're testifying for our budget. I do mean when I say that every day they inspire me. Every day we strive to achieve greatness on behalf of the people of this territory, and we look forward to keeping that battle. And last but not least, I want to encourage our residents, not only for your patience and your trust and your understanding, but also keep the dialogue going and let us know where we can be better. Let us know how we can address the hazards that are existing. Again, the challenges are many, and the task is very daunting, but I know that with the positive momentum that we have, we'll continue to achieve greatness for the people of the territory. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Commissioner Gabriel. Before I recess for a few minutes, Senator Gittens, a point of information quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to publicly thank the commissioner and his team for addressing the speed bump versus speed hump situation there on the Carlton Road. When we had the discussion, they stated that they would go and check it, and they did. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. The Committee of Finance will take a 3-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is out of recess. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item on the agenda?
The Division of Personnel invited testifiers Cindy L. Richardson, Director.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to allow you, Commissioner, to put your name, Director, to put your name and title on the record, along with the members of your staff that are here. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Thank you. Starting from my right. Young man.
Good afternoon, Senator. Cordell Reimer Jr., Chief of Information Technology, Division of Personnel.
Next.
Good afternoon, Senator. Florine Ordain Hassel, Assistant Director, Division of Personnel.
Next.
Good afternoon, Senators. Valsina Kwashi, Deputy Director, Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon, Senators. Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, Division of Personnel.
Thank you so much. Do you have anybody participating virtually?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you may proceed and put your name on the record. Turn your camera on and put your name on the record, please. The initial MA and NS, can you turn your camera on and put your name on the record? Yes, sir. Can you put your name and title on the record? Yeah, sir. I'm trying to read the name. Commissioner, who is the young man?
That's Gabriel Knight, Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight, can you put your name and title on the record?
Yes, sorry. Good afternoon. Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer.
Thank you. Initial. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Millicent Obeying, Territorial Administrative Recruitment and Classification.
Thank you. Next. The NS is who, Director? Anyone who's the NS?
We do not have an NS. We have a another individual.
Okay, don't worry. That's I just
Okay.
squinted and read it. That's our legal counsel.
Okay.
Okay, so that's it for you virtually?
We have Ms. Felix, our legal counsel.
I am not seeing her on yet. Okay, let's go ahead and proceed, and then we will go back if she's on. We'll allow her. So go ahead and put your name and title on the record.
Cindy Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel.
Commissioner, Director, you may proceed.
Thank you. A pleasant good afternoon to the Honorable Senator Kirk A. VLA, Chairman of the 34th Legislature Committee on Finance, other distinguished committee members, non-committee members, members of the Division of Personnel's team, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Cindy L. Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. Accompanying me today is Assistant Director Florine Ordain Hassel, Deputy Director Valsina Kwashi, Chief of Human Resources and Information Technology, Cordell Reimer Jr., and Chief of Group Health Insurance, Valerie Daly, and virtually is a Territorial Administrator of Recruitment and Classification, Millicent Albane, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer, Gabriel Knight, and Legal Counsel, Aaliyah Felix, Esquire. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today to testify on the Division of Personnel's proposed biennial budget for fiscal years 2023 and 24, themed Framing Our Financial Future. This budget intentionally looks ahead at the administration's focus on proactively preparing for the next economic cycle. At the Division of Personnel, we continue to work collaboratively with agencies on recruitment efforts while automating and streamlining processes in preparation for the next wave of employees needed to move the government of the Virgin Islands forward. The Division of Personnel is pleased to inform and clarify the completion of 636 hiring actions to date for FY22 that is inclusive of 393 new employees for the government of the Virgin Islands, bringing our total to 6,065 GVI employees. Please refer to the charts provided in Appendix A and B for a more detailed breakdown of our hires. From a global, national, and local perspective, all employers have been faced with the challenges of recruitment and retention as the world of work has transformed within the past 2 years. Our outlook remains positive as we explore recruitment and retention options to attract a workforce both locally and abroad. Before we move into our budget overview and the accomplishments of our various units, I would like to highlight a few of the events that we accomplished this past May. Our Employee of the Year was a tremendous success as we took the employees outside for the very first ever Employee of the Year evening event titled Raising the Bar, where we recognized 43 employees on St. Thomas and 42 employees on St. Croix. Further, to enhance our human resources professional knowledge, skills, and abilities in HR, the Division of Personnel hosted the 2022 National Association of African Americans in Human Resources, NAAAHR, which held their first ever HR conference outside the U.S. mainland on the island of St. Croix, titled Breaking Barriers to Building Better. The conference had over 200 participants, with some traveling as far as South Africa to attend. The Division of Personnel is proud to have secured membership of over 180 employees of the government, executive, legislative, and judicial branches and semi-autonomous agencies with the NAAAHR. This allowed the United States Virgin Islands to be their largest chapter. Much thanks to the Senate President, President Brett Gregory, for delivering the keynote speech at the closing event. The VI attendance was significant, and the knowledge gained by our HR professionals was profound. We were also able to secure membership for over 170 employees of the government, executive, legislative, judicial branches, and semi-autonomous agencies with the International Public Management Association for Human Resources, IPMA-HR. We see these efforts as opportunities to grow our HR professionals, attract visitors to our territory, and most importantly, develop partnership which will boost our recruitment efforts. Remaining outside, the Division of Personnel decided to enhance our visibility at the 50th Annual Agriculture and Food Fair, where we not only had our recruitment team, but we also had our health insurance team along with some of our carriers, Cigna, United Healthcare, and Ventec. We had an average of over 300 people each day that stopped by our tent to find out about our jobs, check on their health insurance status, along with checking on their beneficiaries. Our budget overview. There are currently 43 funded positions within the Division of Personnel. 42 positions are filled, and 1 position is vacant. 28 positions are in the St. Thomas-St. John district, and 15 positions are in the St. Croix district. 10 positions are represented by a union, 16 are classified non-union, and 17 are exempt. The FY23 and 24 recommended budget for the Division of Personnel totals a little over $44.5 million. Further, we anticipate revenues of approximately $35,025 towards the training revolving fund for each fiscal year. The biennial budget recommendation is to fund approximately $44.5 million from the general fund for each fiscal year. $530,867 each fiscal year will be funded from indirect costs. Personnel services is recommended at approximately $2.9 million, and fringe is at $1.3 million for each fiscal year. Supplies, $138,451. Other services and charges are at $39.8 million. Capital outlay, $60,000, and utilities at $205,500. Of the overall other services and charges category, health insurance for retirees is recommended at $38.4 million. As the GVI moves toward performance-based budgeting, DOP will also demonstrate its success in meeting its performance indicators this fiscal year. The FY23, FY24 recommended budgets are listed in the charts provided below. We have also provided a chart showing the summary of our proposed FY23 and 24 miscellaneous, which includes our health insurance for retirees, our certified public manager program, our GVI employee recognition activities, contribution to the health insurance board, our health insurance consultant fees, the municipal council pension, which totals the $38.9 million. Now to review our units and their accomplishments over the past fiscal year. Our HR/IT unit, Human Resources Information Technology. Our retroactive payouts for retirees 65 and over. One of our focus last fiscal year that carried over through this fiscal year was the repayment of retroactive payments to retirees over the age of 65 and survivors of the deceased retirees per Act 8411 as of May 31st, 2022, $7,790,101.79 has been paid out to 4,600 individuals. The payment impacted retirees who were owed past retroactive payments for a period of fiscal year 1990 through fiscal year 2001. And we have provided a chart that shows the total amount of retro due per Act 6984, what was paid out for the 2010-2011 per Act 6984, what is obligated for 2021-22 per Act 8411, with a balance due of $173,176,269. We also have included the projected payout if approved for 2022. To streamline this process, a portal was developed on dopusvi.org website, which can be specifically accessed at www.dopusvi.org/comp21. This portal allowed retirees and survivors of deceased retirees to query the website using personal identifiable information and give them the ability to view the anticipated payout. An additional query page was created which allowed retirees to submit any questions or concerns they may have if they were unable to view their information. Additionally, a specific telephone hotline was created to facilitate the substantial number of telephone calls received by the Division of Personnel daily, which increased by at least 80% once the project was launched. The 8% reimbursement. Another high priority for DOP was the reimbursement of the 8% salary reduction that was deducted during the period of July 28, 2011 through September 30th, 2013. Similar tools mentioned above were utilized for this project as well. We encourage all payees to refer to the portal at www.dopusvi.org/8% for additional information. The team at Department of Finance, in collaboration with the Information Technology team at the Division of Personnel, conducted further analysis to determine the actual hours worked for each employee. The team captured and shared employee-related data with the staff at Roy L. Snyder and Wong F. Louis hospitals. This was critical because both institutions separated from the central government's financial system during the time of the salary reduction. As of May 2022, payments totaling over $41.9 million was processed to more than 6,000 current and former employees. Thus far, 118 survivors have been paid a total of $153,889.23. Our survivor payments are currently being paid out on a weekly basis once all documentation has been received. This project is a collaborative effort between Department of Personnel, the Division of Personnel, and the Department of Finance. New retroactive visibility site. The overarching goal of this project is to maintain past and current data in a manner that meets the highest levels of security, reorganizing the information into modern formats that produce highly structured and human-readable data sets, which in turn garners elevated levels of reliability, trust, and transparency. The objective is to create a highly available and secure retro database and application interface to expose relevant retro data to applications and analytics platforms and a robust administrative tool for managing existing and future retro data for all employees and respective survivors moving forward. These items will be combined to form a comprehensive platform customized for the express purpose of allowing DOP administrators the ability to access the complete retro backstory of any employee, including payments and beneficiaries at a moment's notice. Once completed, the site will be public-facing, like what was done prior to the first retroactive project in 2010, which paid over $35 million in retroactive wages, which covered the time period of fiscal year 1990 to 2001. Currently, the Division of Personnel is working on a proof of concept that will validate these concepts and a clear path forward for making this project a success. We anticipate that this project will be completed by the end of fiscal year 2023. This is an ongoing project as survivor claims are still coming in. Our personnel action processing. The goal is to significantly speed up and decrease the number of notice of personnel actions that are required to be approved by the DOP staff. As of October 1, the DOP's action audit team now focuses on critical items such as new hires, promotion, salary changes, and terminations. The other personnel actions are all handled by the respective departments' HR leads. In line with achieving DOP's KPIs, the processing of NOPAs internally is happening on an average within 5 business days or less. The division has met this goal every single month for the past fiscal year. Our goal is not only to meet the goal, but to continue to train the respective agency HR leads to ensure all NOPAs come in with the least number of errors for the continued streamlining of the processing of NOPAs. Quarterly Tyler Munis Human Resources Training will begin during the week of August 15th, 2022 for all HR staff. And we have provided our KPI chart showing us attaining that goal of processing NOPAs internally in 5 days or less for the fiscal year to date. Our network infrastructure. The first phase of the Division of Personnel network infrastructure overhaul finally begun. In the St. Thomas district, all network switches were replaced. New wireless equipment was installed to create a secure wireless infrastructure for the mobile devices and guest access. The next phase will focus primarily on network security. Network edge devices such as firewalls will be replaced in both districts to protect the perimeter at both locations. Software security enhancements in combination with network redesign will continue to improve the security posture of both offices. Additionally, a few servers at the division will be migrated to a highly available environment, which will ensure resiliency to support internal and external customers. The ARPA premium pay. The Human Resources Information Technology team played a pivotal role in the implementation of the premium payment project. Collaboration with the Office of the Governor, Office of Management and Budget, and the Department of Finance was critical to ensure the project captured the employees who were entitled based on project requirements, but has subsequently separated from the government service. A central repository was created which maintains records of the government employees who worked during the onset of COVID pandemic. This allowed for the HR teams at the various departments to review, modify, and add employees on their respective lists. Before the list was disseminated for modification, DOP held an official guidance training to all stakeholders. All agencies have attested and forwarded their lists to OMB and DOF for further review, approval, and processing. Our Strategic and Organizational Development Unit continues to support the overall mission of the to be a strategic human Resources partner with the government of the Virgin Islands, departments and agencies, and to establish a workforce of excellence specifically through talent development, training, technology, and service. DOP is extremely proud to announce that we have rolled out our online employee performance evaluation system using NeoGov's Perform software. We've customized the program by researching and developing competencies on which to evaluate each employee. We've created 19 core competencies for each GVI employee to be rated on, as well as six competencies to evaluate supervisors, along with a rating scale that will be used to score each competency and the overall evaluation. These competencies were developed by DOP and promulgated to agency heads and HR officers for approval and recommendation. Once they were created, we test ran it through the Office of Collective Bargaining to ensure we did not infringe on employees' rights or collective bargaining agreements. Further, to stay in compliance with the collective bargaining agreement, we sent information of the evaluation program and the competencies to the head of each union. The pilot launch of this program was done on April 11th, 2022, with 7 participating agencies and a total of 194 performance evaluations. We conducted training sessions for agency heads, human resources directors, supervisors, and employees so that each participant could be versed in their role in the evaluation process. The participating agencies were the Division of Personnel, Office of Collective Bargaining, Office of Management and Budget, the Virgin Islands Energy Office, Law Enforcement Planning Commission, Bureau of Information Technology, and the Department of Property and Procurement. Concurrently, the other remaining agencies will be populating their information as the pilot is ongoing. The GVI Fellows, as a strategic partner, DOP partnered with the Office of Management and Budget to launch the second cohort of the GVI Fellows program. This cohort will expand on the inaugural program in which we have 11 participants by opening the recruitment effort to attract, develop, and retain talented college graduates with degrees in information technology, construction management, project management, and finance. The 2-year competitive fellowship program will continue to serve as a pipeline for other positions within the GVI. The deadline for application has been extended to July 15th, with the next cohort beginning their tenure in October of 2022. The application is available on the DOP website at www.dopusvi.org. Our CPM program, the Division of Personnel, has continued our collaboration with the University of the Virgin Islands with the Virgin Islands Certified Public Manager Cohort of 2021-2022. This cohort graduated on June 17th, 2022. To date, we have 155 graduates from this program. This graduating cohort will add 57 for a total of 212 certified public managers to the program. Their 14-month training program has prepared them to return to their agency, having completed their individual and group projects that they can now use to improve their agency and government overall. These individual and group projects serve as a measure of the effectiveness of the program as they are brought back to the graduate's agency and appropriately applied by the employee with the approval of their supervisor and agency head. Training and development of our employees continue to be a priority of the Division of Personnel. Our use of training and technology is illustrated through the continued offering of our new employee orientation program. NEW has continued to enhance the new hire employment experience by providing new employees with detailed information relevant to the onboarding of new hires, rehires, or employees transferring between agencies. This orientation has continued to serve as a means by which we can improve efficiency and remove the complexity of onboarding. As of May 31st, 2022, 423 employees have participated in this orientation. And we have provided a graph showing the number of training sessions held as of May 31st, 2022, of the various trainings that we've put on. We continue to offer the trainings on our customer service training, CURE, an acronym for Communicate, Understand, Respond, and Remedy and Empower. Other agency requested trainings such as harassment prevention, interpersonal communication, conflict resolution, and the Microsoft 365 trainings. For fiscal year 2022, 1,212 GVI employees have participated in our customer service and agency-specific trainings, while 1,231 employees have utilized their Microsoft 365 trainings. Beyond training and development, we also manage the donated leave program, the career incentive program, and conduct investigations into cases of harassment and/or discrimination. Donated leave for FY 2021, we approved 244 donated leave applications for GVI employees at a cost of approximately $1.3 million, which equates to 64,831 hours. So I provided the chart that shows our donated leave decisions and our costs for 2021. And as of May 31st for this fiscal year, 242 donated leave applications have been approved. This totals about 71,184 hours of leave time and approximately $1.6 million paid out to GVI employees. As of May 31, there are 26 GVI employees on the donated leave program, and I've provided the charts that show our decisions and the costs associated for comparison from the previous fiscal year to this fiscal year. For FY 2022, we do anticipate the cost of donated leave being higher than that of FY 21, as we are seeing the effects of COVID-19. The donated leave program is currently undergoing a process improvement cost analysis review for a complete streamlining of the program. The career incentive program for fiscal year 2022, 11 GVI employees have been the recipient of the career incentive program and 2 applicants were denied. These approvals for CIP recipient equates to about $84,402 for officers of VIPD, the VI Bureau of Corrections, VI Fire Service, and Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs since the passing of Bill 340090 or Act 8549. And I've provided a breakout of those costs for those respective agencies. KPI for this unit is to show a % change in the participant attendance in compliance, customer service, soft skills training, and customized training in comparison to the previous year. The KPI target is 55%, and we have pretty much attained that, reached that goal for the fiscal year, majority of the fiscal year. Our recruitment and classification unit. This unit has been proactive in the recruitment campaign to push the GVI as a choice employer. Below, we will list out some of the various activities that we have hosted and participated in as a part of our recruitment efforts. Additionally, we have streamlined our work processes, implemented the No HR Left Behind initiative to empower HR professionals through training opportunities, continued to increase our visibility on social media platforms, made relative changes to job classifications, and provided test administration to fill mandatory entry and leadership positions, all of which are combined recruitment strategy to attract, retain, and recruit candidates into the recruitment pipeline, which is necessary to fill critical positions throughout the central government. We also know that to become competitive, we must meet the needs of the current job market. Thus, our focus has shifted to establish superior career opportunities, professional development, work culture, employee benefits, and a work-life balance. Some of our efforts to date are as listed. Our virtual career fairs were held on November 17th and 15th. These fairs allowed 20 agencies to brand their organization and an opportunity to interact directly with applicants in breakout rooms. As a result of these events, we received over 3,731 applications for the various positions posted. From that data set, 1,633 applications were referred to various agencies in the GVI, and 124 of those applicants were hired as of February 2022, and you can refer to Appendix A. The Governor's Workforce Summit of 2021 was held on October 6th on St. Croix, 7th on St. Thomas, and 8th on St. John. And DOP participated, and we had our recruitment station to advertise all of our GVI vacancies and opportunities, along with our benefits. I myself, as director, was also part of the roundtable discussion on jobs and the hiring process. The Disabilities Rights Center of the Virgin Islands, we have participated on March 24th, 2022, where they held a virtual employer recruitment roundtable where we did a presentation on GVI job opportunities, benefits, as well as workforce tips were given to an audience of about 46 job seekers. This event has been recorded and can be viewed on the DR CVI YouTube channel. We also participated in Join the VIPD Meet and Greet, which was held on March 26, 2022, where a brief presentation about the GVI job opportunities and benefits and recruitment station was set up to advertise the GVI job opportunities with a focus on VIPD. We also participated in the Women Striving for Success Empowerment Conference on March 28th. We did that in person, and we had our recruitment station where we were able to advertise our vacancies and opportunities. The UVI Virtual Employer Roundtable Job Fair was held on April 7th, 2022, in which we provided presentation to UVI graduates and students on the role of DOP, workforce tips, career ladders, GVI benefits, job opportunities, and the GVI as the employer of choice. We also introduced our seasonal quest recruitment tagline to further attract candidates to our GVI jobs. We rolled out the Summer Sizzler in July, Fabulous Fall 10 in September, Winter Wave Splash for December 2021, and Spring Splash in March of 2022. This includes weekly postings of hot jobs, quick tips, and virtual tutorial guides. We understand the importance of branding our organization as is reflected in our website, career pages, job postings, and social media to maximize the exposure of our jobs being recognized globally. We continue to promote partnership with the Adult Education, CTEC, and UVI to enhance our VI workforce by assisting the students and graduates in identifying opportunities for employment by cross-matching degree programs offered at the institution necessary to attract and recruit to fill the vacancies, especially in difficult areas such as law enforcement, nursing, teaching, and social work. We've collaborated with the Virgin Islands Department of Labor on joint outreach efforts and provided rapid response services in July of 2021 and October of 2021 to over 300 refinery workers who were laid off and required information on job services as well as benefits of working with the GVI. We've also collaborated with VIPD on the customization of their promotional exams to be more localized, which it will included as a component of the VIPD rules and regulations. We've hosted a total of 8 recruitment drives on each island every Friday, excluding holidays from March 25th to May 27th, from 11 to 3 p.m. at the areas frequented by locals and visitors, Kmart on St. Thomas and on St. Croix, and the Cruise Bay Powell Park on St. John. The purpose of the drives was to connect and have interactions with the community during the pandemic to share news about the GVI opportunities, benefits, provide career path guidance, and to register to apply online for posted vacancies. We extended the invitation to all HR professionals that expressed hardship in recruitment efforts. Representatives from DOE, VIPD, BOC, and DOL participated. As a result of these drives, we have attracted a total of 180 job seeker individuals on St. Croix, 111, St. Thomas, 61, and 8 on St. John. We'll continue to monitor the progress of the interested job seekers. We developed a schedule for entry-level correction officer examinations to administer the examination in a 10-week turnaround period to assist the department in meeting stringent federal mandates. We have developed a revision to the scoring criterion while BOC absorbs the cost for free study material and practice tests to aid the job applicants. These initiatives have proven to be a success. We've administered the entry-level correction officer examination to 22 candidates and referred an eligible list of 13 to the Bureau of Corrections to participate in the interview selection process. The second wave of exams are scheduled to be administered in June 22nd through 24th, 2022, with a total of 17 individuals who are qualified to sit the exam. The commencement of the VIPD promotional exam process will start in June of 2022 for their localized exam. Thus far, for FY 2022, we've provided refresher training to 54 HR officers government-wide and will continue as scheduled. We have formed a partnership with a total of 8 agencies to share the applicant tracking system, NeoGov, for job advertisements. These agencies are considered business partners with the NeoGov system to help advertise their vacancies: Department of Education, the Judicial Branch, the VI Finance Authority, Virgin Islands Waste Management, Public Finance Authority, VI Lottery Office, Office of the Public Defender, and the Snyder Regional Medical Center. We've also administered the Fire Captain and Fire Lieutenant exams and released the ranking list as of September 15, 2021. The Fire Corporal and Fire Sergeant exams were administered to a total of 80 firefighters district-wide between March 1st through 4th, 2022, with ranking lists submitted to the VI Fire Service in March of 2022. This aids in the retention of qualified fire officers in the filling of mandatory leadership positions for efficient operations of the VI Fire Service. We received a request for the staffing needs to fill 20 critical entry firefighter EMT vacancies in the St. Thomas St. John district. Examinations were conducted on March 10th, 2022. From that, we referred an eligible listing of 45 candidates, in which 22 of those candidates have been hired. The KPI for this unit is to show the average number of business days to process referred listing to the eligible candidates to the respective agency or department, to do that within 3 days or less. And you can see from the chart provided that we have met that KPI thus far for the fiscal year. For FY 2022, we've completed a total of 29 new job descriptions, conducted classification studies of units that resulted in deletion of job classifications that are no longer beneficial to the operational success, and developed newly established classifications necessary to meet current organizational needs. Some affected agencies include Office of Management and Budget, Department of Human Services, Department of Justice, and the Bureau of Information Technology. Our group health insurance unit at the Division of Personnel is responsible for administering the health, dental, vision, and life insurance plans for active employees, retirees, and their dependents as negotiated by the Government Employees Service Commission, GESC, Health Insurance Board. As of June 6, 2022, the medical plan covers approximately 13,993 participants, including active government employees and retirees. There are 7,075 active employees enrolled in the medical plan, with 3,847 covering their dependents. There are 6,918 retirees covered under the plan. Of the retirees, 5,678 are all over the age of 65, with 1,696 covering their dependents. 1,240 are under the age of 65, with 448 covering their dependents. In total, the plan covers close to 25,000 members. The FY22 cost of the medical and dental insurance is estimated at $177,170,806. To date, for FY22, we have paid $97,828,760.95 in healthcare premiums. Of this amount, $70,436,707 $27,392.80 represents the government's portion, and $27,392,053.07 represents the employee's portion. In 2019, Cigna introduced its Cigna Supplemental Plan that offers additional insurance options such as Cigna Accidental Injury, Critical Illness, and Hospital Care. These additional coverage options provide employees with a supplemental financial protection that may be needed for expenses associated with the unplanned covered accident, illness, or hospitalization. In addition, it can help employees bounce back physically, emotionally, and financially. We have only 2% participation rate, or 440 employees who have enrolled for accidental injury and critical illness, and a 3% participation rate, or 284 employees enrolled in the hospital care benefit. We encourage all GVI employees to take the opportunity to enroll in these excellent supplemental benefits offered by the GVI during open enrollment. Due to the surge of COVID-19 in 2021, we continue with the virtual open enrollment process. The open enrollment is when an active employee and retiree can enroll or update their health insurance plan. We will hold a hybrid open enrollment session beginning August 15th, 2022 through September 16th, 2022. However, you can enroll outside of the open enrollment period if certain life events occur, such as birth, marriage, divorce, childbirth, or loss of health and coverage once notified within 30 days of the said event. In September of last year, we had over 400 attendees, which represents an increase of 100 from the previous year. While there was a rate increase to the plan for active and retirees covered by Cigna for FY 2021, the government absorbed the costs while also utilizing the premium credit for the Premium Stabilization Reserve from Cigna. We introduced, with the introduction of the Medicare Advantage Program unit from United Healthcare in January of 2021, the retirees over 65 saw an increase in their health and wellness benefits, routine vision, caring, podiatry, chiropractic, and prescription drugs. In addition, the Medicare Advantage plan now being offered is guaranteed to save approximately $2 million per year for 2 years. Currently, there are 7,051 members covered under the UHC, including spouses. The average age is 76, with 66% being female. Additionally, 82%, or 5,472 members, reside in the USVI, followed by 7.7%, or 478 in Florida, and 141, or 2.3%, living in the Georgia area, and for a total of 1,579 residing stateside. The clinical highlights for 2021 include 1,493 completed house call visits, up from the 464 for 2020. Under the fitness gym benefits, there are 503, or 8% members enrolled, with 209 actively participating. An average of 42% of the enrolled members had one or more gym visits. We have 11 local gyms participating in the UHC fitness program. Thus far for FY22, Standard Life Insurance Company has paid out 9 active basic life claims, 8 active additional life claims, 109 retiree basic life claims, and 93 retiree additional life claims, for a total life insurance amount of $3,509,671.50. We continue to encourage our members to develop a relationship with their primary care doctors and complete their annual exams. This allows the doctors to gain the information about their patients, including medical and family history, health risk, and specific vitals. This may help prevent illnesses based on your current health risk and other factors. In addition, annual wellness exams are not subjected to the annual deductible or insurance copay. Therefore, it is not a cost to the members. We also encourage them to make healthy lifestyle choices, supplemented by a wide variety of offerings under our wellness program. The KPI for this unit is to show the average number of business days to process a retiree's enrollment application, and that target is 3 days. So as you can see for the fiscal year, that KPI has been met for the fiscal year. Our GVI wellness program, many of us are concerned with the increase in cost of healthcare, and therefore our wellness program plays an integral role in helping the community get on the direction of better healthcare and reduce healthcare costs. Our mission is key to ensure government employees, retirees, and their families actively make healthy lifestyle decisions. The Division of Personnel under the Brian Roach administration continues to provide high-quality oriented wellness initiatives, challenges, and program allowing for everyone an opportunity to be healthy, happy, and actively engaged in their health and wellness insurance benefits. In recognizing the impact that COVID-19 has had on our physical and mental health, well-being, families, schools, and community overall, as well as the challenges to carry out our responsibilities of the program, the division aims to provide wellness initiatives and resources that will allow members of the community to maintain a more healthful lifestyle while still maintaining the safety and social distancing requirements. As of January 27, 2022, the GVI Wellness Program held its first ever virtual health and wellness expo with the successful participation of 1,222 active members and retirees. The expo had a variety of presentations from Dr. Julia Sheen, Dr. Jessica Wilson, Dr. Nicole Sims of the Department of Health, in addition to presentations from healthcare providers nationwide. Demonstrations included renowned local chef Julius Jackson and Zumba demonstrations from Roberta Etienne for Fit for Life. The expo also included 10,000 Steps virtual challenge where the participants were able to log their steps up to a maximum goal of 10,000 steps for the day following the virtual map of the Virgin Islands. The top point getters were then entered into a raffle for a grand prize, which was a pair of the Bose noise canceling earbuds and other great prizes. As part of the expo, participants were eligible to receive a gift bag and a bag of local produce, which was provided by Sager Farms in March of 2022. In April, the program partnered with the Department of Agriculture and launched the Garden to Table Food Revolution for Social Change, a 2-day gardening class for both districts with a total participation of 100 members, including retirees under the age of 65. We've received feedback as to how much they enjoyed the classes and benefited from them. Additionally, the participants are asking for another class for when those who did not make the registration as well. All participants received a fully equipped gardening toolkit. We've also provided a listing of our wellness initiatives conducted for 2021 and 2022 and the number of participants that have participated for all of those events. Our upcoming events for 2022 is the 30-day hydration challenge, which is currently in process, the Battle of the Agencies, which is scheduled for August of 2022, Planned Participants Children's Day. We've also providing a listing of all of our upcoming 2023 Division of Personnel will propose all of the following to the GSE Health Insurance Board. They include the Fet and Sweat Fitness Program, Prudential Financial Wellbeing Webinar, the 30-Day Wellness Calendar Challenge, the Scavenger Hunt for Hurricane Preparedness, the Virtual Veterinarian Cooking Classes, webinar on how to prepare your home, spinning class, plans for participants Children's Day, Cigna Fitness Challenge, the 30-Day Hydration Challenge, the Garden to Table, Food Revolution for Change, Battle of the Agencies, Annual Health and Wellness Expo, and Produce Distribution. Every year, members are required to complete their Cigna Health Risk Assessment, HRA, by September 30th of the current fiscal year. Under normal circumstances, any employees or retirees under the age of 65 who are current policyholders under the Cigna Health Insurance Program and fail to complete the HRA would have a Wellness Inactivity Member Premium, a WIMP, a WIMP deducted of $20.83 biweekly starting within the first pay cycle of the next fiscal year. However, per DOP press release dated March 17th, 2021, the GSE board waived the completion requirements and no member will be assessed the penalty for FY 2022. The Division of Personnel still encourages our members to visit their primary care physician for routine wellness and dental exams and stay abreast of their overall health. Completion of the assessment will also allow the members to incur points towards their Motivate Me incentive program for FY 2023. The GSC Board and the Division of Personnel launched the Motivate Me incentive program for the period of October 1 through 2021 through September 30th, 2022. All primary active members of the GVI Cigna plan are eligible for a gift card as a reward for their healthy activities. And now for our departmental goals for FY 2023 and 24. We will be strengthening the GVI telework policy to include exploring the introduction of a hybrid work week. Our Munis upgrade HR trainings will continue, will be ongoing, and that will be for training of our HR leads. The continuation of the reviewing and upgrading of the GVI employee handbook, rules, and regulations. As this is a huge undertaking involving stakeholder support and input, revision reviews, comment periods, approvals, and design and rollout, the anticipated completion date is December of 2023. In spring of 2023, we plan to attend and participate in college fairs off-island in partnership with designated agencies. We will also be coordinating with school counselors to provide presentations to seniors at the beginning of the school year. A mixer, hopefully stateside in late summer of 2023, joint partnership will be done in joint partnership with designated agencies similar to the Atlanta mixer in 2021. We would like to also obtain our 100% of our beneficiary entries and address updates into Bentech for 2023. We'd also like to conduct mini health and wellness expos to the central and semi-autonomous agencies for 2024. Implementation of retirees' access to the Bentech system for 2023. The scanning of all retirees' health insurance records in the Bentech system by 2024. It is also our intent that we will enhance our sexual harassment training series through the development of an automated virtual training series. The program will be split into video and written section and will have quizzes that will also allow us to ensure that participants are not just logging in for the trainings, but attending the sessions and achieving a learning objective. Our goal is to acquire a learning management system through NeoGov. We'll receive a demonstration of the LMS Learn, and we feel that acquisition of the program will allow us to provide a means by which we can create multiple online training modules so that HR officers can schedule their employees to participate in a series of online automatic training modules. In closing, I would like to thank the members of the 34th Legislature for the opportunity to present the successes and goals of the Division of Personnel. My team and I are dedicated to meeting our set goals, performance indicators, and to utilize our data to make calculated decisions while continuing to strive for new successes and adjusting to the new normal within the workforce culture. We will continue to implement innovative strategies to enhance our HR arm as we continue to make the GVI the employer of choice. I'd like to thank the Brian Roach administration, the Office of Management and Budget, and the hardworking men and women of the Division of Personnel for their unwavering commitment to serve the people of this territory. We humbly ask that you grant the favorable consideration of the budget presented at the recommended level as it meets the needs of the division. At this time, my team and I stand ready to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Director. Colleagues, we're going to go straight into a round of questioning. I think we'll go with a 5-minute round for this block. If you need additional time, I'll give you additional time. Well, let's start with a 5-minute round. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Richardson and your supporting team. There with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Give us a mouthful. But nonetheless, let's go to the postal report. I want to start off on page 3 of 14. I see that based on the pie, 91% of your budget, which is $40,471,628, is under other services and charge, utilities, capital outlay, miscellaneous, 40,000, and then you have personal services, $2.8 million, 6%, fringe benefit 3, supplies, 90,000. Now let me ask. On page, go to page 4 of 14. For personal service in this fiscal year, $2,802,796. Fringe benefit, $1,387,803. But go to 2023, which is a little more, a slight increase of 172,000, right, which is $2,975,655. But then at the fringe benefits is $1,342,814, which is less than this fiscal year, and that includes a 3% increase. So how is it that the fringe benefit is less when the personal services is more? Can someone explain that to me, please? Is that accurate?
I'll have Ms. Kwashi answer.
And please state your name before you speak. Mike, please.
Valsina Kwashi. Senator, we do not calculate the fringe benefits. It's calculated by OMB.
Well, it's incorrect though. It should be more, because if I know you're not the department. I'm just pointing it out to you. It's not correct.
Thank you, Senator.
So we need to make note of that. Also, if you can go to page 9 of 14, and which is good. It shows that you have one lease property, which you pay a amount of you're gonna propose $182,000, and your leases are up to date, and you have one pending for the GRS building that you're gonna be going to renegotiate for September of this year. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that. How many vacancies do you have? One?
One vacancy.
That's refreshing. Most agencies have many vacancies, and what's that position? Is it funded?
Yes, it is a funded position, Senator.
Speak up.
Yes, it is a funded position, Senator.
And what is that position? What is that position?
That position is the manager of recruitment and classification.
Wow, that's a very important position. How long have it been vacant?
It has been vacant now probably about 6 months or so.
What issue do you have getting someone for that most important position, though? Because to me, that's a critical hire. What's going on there?
Senator, some positions are a little bit harder to recruit, and so we're still in the recruiting process.
1 minute.
You say it's harder to recruit. What specialty you need for that position?
I do not have the job spec in front of me, but I can pull it up and answer you.
There's a time for you to let people know what you need, why you need it. You have an audience right now. You need to work with that information. You need to know that information. It's important.
I can pull it up, Senator.
Yeah, it's very important. And people look and work, you know. You could have a potential hire today. And finally, before my time is up, I know you spoke to your goals, etc. Ms. Richardson, for 2023, and one of them was in that area in terms of hiring. And what other creative ways are you being putting forward in terms of recruiting individuals to the GVI?
There are a lot of different avenues that we're looking at. One of the things I really would like to start with is internally in the various agencies and having them promote from within and taking a look at some of these vacancies. during COVID, a lot of the agencies automated their systems. So they need to take a look at some of these jobs functions and see how they could probably enhance that and also increase some of the salaries as best as they can.
Quickly before my time is up, I know Public Works was just here, Mr. Chair. Public Works was just here, and the chair spoke to street sweepers, etc., who we did create funds for specifically for the towns, but yesterday they promoted them within different areas of the Public Works. And they were saying, well, which is good for advancement, but at the same time, we wanted them specifically for the streets. And they were saying, well, it's hard to get folks to replace them, you know, because most people don't want to do that type of work. But there are many individuals, as the chair stated, who are passionate about cleaning the island, etc., but they don't have the high school diploma. And the Department of Personnel is the one that's going to have to work with that. What do you think about in terms of adjusting for some areas within the government for individuals like those to give them that opportunity to assist in keeping our island clean and promoting our islands? I see that young lady shaking her head, but it makes sense to me. There are many individuals who have the passion, the adequate skill set, and want to do something that would help all of us by giving them that opportunity. I mean, you don't need a degree to sweep our area. What is your thoughts on that?
So thank you so much for that statement, Senator. I was listening to the session, and specifically our laborer and our general maintenance position do not require a high school diploma. In addition to that, we recently worked with, and it's only, I think, the Department of Education that had asked for that requirement. And additionally, we recently worked with Public Works as they were looking for a cemetery caregiver, and they actually promoted that person from within by requesting to the Division of Personnel waiving of the experience portion of that job description. Once I reviewed that, it's a position that not many people will want. So I definitely approved it and allowed for that internal promotion.
So they can request a waiver in some
Yes, they can.
instances. Thank you so much for the information. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. And Commissioner Gabriel, you just heard it, so you need to request that waiver and get those individuals hired. Point of increase, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're on the discussion of job descriptions and what's not, did we, at IRB, there's some union busting also happening over there at IRB, where we're promoting, the director promoted an individual to be, I think, a senior, something in their error resolution area, and personnel requires a certain level of training and education to be promoted. Those employees did not have the training to be promoted, and IRB indicated that they were going to personnel to change the job description so that the employee at IRB could get the promotion. Did you change the job description as well for IRB?
So we recently just dealt with that situation, and it was not the fault of DOP. It was up to the department to change that on their job description and resubmit it to DOP for updating. So they had to submit that new requirement, and then we could move forward from there. But we did respond back to them as of last week as to what they should do as far as next steps.
Okay, Mr. Chair, when IRB comes, that's something that we'll have to discuss. They're changing job descriptions to give employees promotions.
Which is definitely something that we don't want, but that is coming directly from
Examiner
revenue.
position.
So we got to be careful as we proceed on. I mean, this is not Department of Personnel fault. This is a request that's coming from Internal Revenue, but just putting a caution out there to Internal Revenue: do not begin the process of changing qualifications for certain position because you want to promote somebody and they don't have that specific qualification, especially when you have somebody that is working for the entity that is qualified for that position and has applied for that position. So you got to be careful. You're looking at a court case. So we need to be careful. Maybe, Director, you don't need to approve it so that the government don't become liable for anything. Senator Johnson is not there. Okay, so let's go to Senator DeGraff. Before Senator DeGraff, let me call you. You say you only have one vacancy?
Yeah.
So you had nine. You were going down the line, Senator? You're going down the line?
Yeah.
Then you recognize. You go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, for that long rendition of what your department does, thank you to you and your staff. You deserve to drink a bottle of water, take a break, but I do appreciate that. I was looking at the post-auditor's report, page 5, where it said personal services costs for administration, records administration in fiscal year 2022 will cover 36 positions under the general fund. There are 6 vacant positions funded at 50%. The division will see an increase in personal services in the amount of $183,459. What are the 6 vacant positions being spoke about? In your testimony, you mentioned 1 vacant position. Somewhere could have swear I saw 47 positions total, but so you see what I'm showing you? The 6 vacant positions funded at 50%.
Yes, I'm going to have Ms. Kwashi answer that.
Yeah.
Good day, Senator.
Good day.
If I'm not mistaken, are we speaking to FY23 or are we speaking to FY?
Yes, I'm looking at the post-audit report for FY23.
So
Division
those
of
are
Personnel.
positions, some of the positions that we're asking to this body to have for our upcoming budget that we're testifying to.
Okay, and it said, and then on page 9, it said the agency submitted a personnel listing with vacant positions funded at 100%, while OMB only submitted 50% funded. Again, it sounds confusing. Are you aware of this?
These are positions that we would like to have in this budget. FY23 funded at 100%, of course recommended from OMB at 50%.
But you say you only have 1 vacancy. You have 43 positions, 1 vacant. Because I always address personnel first. So you say you had 1 vacant, 10 unionized, 16 GS, and 17 exempt. Correct? That was what the commissioner testified to.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so the 6 vacancies is something else?
Those are positions that we're asking for FY23. In FY22, we came before this body and we asked for an additional 9 positions. If I'm not mistaken, they were approved without funding.
Oh, okay.
We are now asking that they be funded. It is recommended from OMB at 50%.
Okay, so then let's take what we have. 10 unionized employees. What union are they in, and have they negotiated any wage increases due to them? Let's address that first.
The union that all 10 is in is the USW Masters.
USW Master. So they have not negotiated. I think they are expired at the end of this year, September, I think it is.
If I am correct, negotiations is ongoing and their negotiations to continue this month, July the 28th and 29th.
Okay, so and you have...
I'm sorry, June, not July.
So these 10 positions are budgeted for increases in the 23 budget?
They're not budgeted for an increase because the negotiation has not been completed. There is no new pay plan, and so we do not know what that
Oh,
will
okay,
be.
that's what I'm wondering about the pay plan. Okay,
2 minutes.
The 16 GS positions, they do wage increases this year. Is that budgeted in the 23 budget?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so they are covered. And exempt, nothing in any wage increases for exempt?
No, Senator.
Okay. So the total 43. So that 1 vacant position that you have out of the 43, Is it a unionized position?
It's a GS position.
A GS position. So the increase in everything is already also factored in?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Okay. Again, we follow up with because I know I saw 47 somewhere, but okay. So you, the director, you took a cut in your department. Where was that cut taken from? Okay, your personal services went down from the previous year. Personal and fringe went down from the previous year. Post-audit report. Personal and fringe. So you took a cut in. That's what I'm a little confused now.
Senator, that reflects when we requested the budget, we requested this new budget with the vacant position that lends itself over from not being budgeted in FY22 to FY23. So when we requested them be budgeted at 100% and OMB requesting at 50%, that's the difference in the figure that you're seeing.
Oh, okay. But you were just mentioning that based on what the post-auditor report has on page 9, the agency submitted a personnel listing, vacant positions. So your positions when you submitted were at 100%, and OMB is only given to you at 50%.
Correct.
And how many positions are those?
We asked for an additional 9.
Additional 9.
Correct.
And they are unionized, GS what?
There are various, I can double check, but there are various positions.
Okay, that's what had me a little confused. That's what I had. Okay, so one final question, Mr. Chair, in regards to I think you had the retro. Do you have a balance for retro monies owed to government employees? I know you mentioned it, I think, Commissioner, in your testimony, but I didn't follow that at that time. Is there a balance for the retro, and you said to the website they would have to go to?
Yes, so we provided that on page 5 of the testimony, and we gave actual breakout of the total amount that was due from the beginning of the project and what was paid for each year per each, when we reference each act. So right now, the balance that's due would be $173,176,269.32.
173, 176.
269.
269.
23 cents.
23. Okay. Okay, and you said the website would show each individual what they are supposed to get and what they would look at based on the governor's calculation of $25 million per year.
I'll let Mr. Reimer speak on that.
Okay. Yeah, this is just a closeout.
Good afternoon, Corder Reimer, Chief of Information Technology Division of Personnel.
Good afternoon.
In the director's testimony, Senator, what we basically stated on page 5, when you see the $221 million, that was what was calculated prior to 2010.
Right.
Okay, 2010, when individuals, former and current government employees were paid 16.7% of that total obligation is what you see in the chart. What we wanted to kind of show was where we started from, 221 million, the 37 plus million that was paid, and then of course subsequent legislation for individuals who are retired and over the age of 65 were entitled to $1,700 payments that was processed 2021. What we're doing as far as retro visibility, we're working to make it clear to individuals and survivors what they are owed. So even individuals who were paid back in 2010, some individuals may have been paid, individuals since then may have deceased, such as my father as an example. So my father was paid originally, but now myself and my siblings would be entitled to $1,700, that $1,700 payment, which has to be split out. So what we basically do is kind of trying to be transparent with the total obligation. So as we move forward, individuals can see what they were owed, what they were paid, and what they're entitled to moving forward.
Okay, so the only
your time was expired, but go ahead because you're on a good line.
The follow up to that is the $25 million that was mentioned for 23 and 24 budget. Would that be put in? It would be in OMB, and you would submit names. So how would the process work with the payments for individuals if you are the one that controls the data? Through you, Department of Personnel, or through OMB? You could answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
The process would be the same as the 8%.
Yeah.
The exact same.
Okay. That based on what
they submit the list of finance, cut the check.
Oh, excellent.
However, the big question, we made a $10 million payment. Did this body supported that, I think, 2 years ago. Well, in fact, we supported it twice before we got it paid.
Right.
What was the total number of employees over 65 that got paid?
The total number of employees, I think, was it was somewhere of about over 4,000.
Over 65?
Over 65. I think it was over.
Remember that the 10 million was in retirees over 65.
Yes, correct. Retirees over 65 was approximately 4,139 employees. So this was which spoke to retirees who were owed back in 2010.
Right.
Yes, that is now over 65.
Right, living or deceased. That
exactly. Correct, Senator.
So what is the total number of employees overall that's owed the retroactive living or deceased?
Originally, Senator, I don't have that number. Originally, when the project was done, it was approximately 10,715 employees.
10,715 originally.
Originally, correct.
Well, that's not going to change because once they were owed the money back then, either they're living now and they get it, or their dependents would be entitled.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct, Senator.
So at 4,139, the payment was 1,700.
Correct. 1,700 if you are yet alive, and if you since deceased, your survivors would have been entitled to 1,700 depending on how much survivors claimed on behalf of the deceased individual.
Okay. So at 10,715, which is 1.5 more than the 4,139 and 25 million. So that 25 million would really equate to almost the same or a little less when you try to pay out all the employees. Because 10 million was 1,700 for 4,139. I could double the 4,000. You get to 8,000, and that would be 20 million. And then half of that's going to be a little less.
We did have some individuals, excuse me, Senator Corder, I'm a division of personnel. Last year when we were working on the 10 million project, what we tagged as 1,700, there were some individuals doing that project who were owed less than 1,700. So if they were if you were owed 1,500, the individual did receive 1,500, and we could basically take that individual off of the books as far as retroactive obligation.
I know that the last time, or when it was done back during the DeYoung administration, it was a percentage. I think they had said like 16% or 15%.
16.7%.
16.7. So they did 16.7 for every employee. So I think that moving forward, we need to look at perhaps a percentage model, because eventually you want to reach it 100%. And if you're just doing this a flat rate for everybody, then you're going to end up with somebody still owed 70-something%, somebody owed 0. I mean, you got to do a percentage as you move forward. So I would seriously recommend that this flat figure just don't come down, that we look at a percentage, and I'm seeing, based on the numbers and the errors that were made in the projection, that we might be able to do a percentage once this inflation don't knock us out, but we should be able to do a percentage and change up some of those numbers so it makes sense and it's easier for you to correlate because you'll just be doing a percentage of what is owed. What do you think about that?
I think it's a good idea, Senator.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, now Ms. Kwashi, I'm coming back to you. You good. You good. In the budget book, what you submitted 10 vacant positions. That is what post audit got. Correct?
Correct.
And you want those 10 positions.
Yes, Senator.
So you don't have one vacancy, you have 10 vacancies.
We have 10 vacancies, 1 funded,
Now,
9
hold on.
unfunded.
Hold up. We're talking about 2023 budget. You submitted 10 vacancies.
Correct.
OMB calculated those 10 vacancies at 50%.
Correct.
You calculated at 100%,
Yes, Senator.
but you still need the 10 vacancies.
Yes, Senator.
So your vacancy for 2023 is 10.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now, we will make the determination as to how we are going to fund those particular positions, whether or not we fund it at 50%, or whether or not we fund it at 75%, or whether or not we do a combination of both. And to agencies that are coming, you're getting the money as a lump sum, you know. So if we fund 10 positions at 50% and you have somebody that's coming on in the first quarter, then we just have to deduct from that. Because a lot of time, you're not going to have everybody on by March 31st. You may get somebody in the last quarter. So the last quarter, you'll have 1 quarter available that you could add on to somebody else. But we don't want to stop individuals from being hired. The mindset is that most entities are taking a while to get positions on. So funding it at 100% is infusion of cash. But if you're able to get individuals on, OMB is supposed to be able to bring on a person, whether it's 100% or 75%, and tell you what is left in the vacancy entity and how much was allocated for vacancies. And then if there's a need, if you're able to get the individuals on, then you make a request for a supplemental. And once their money is available, then we'll go ahead and deal with a supplemental. We're getting a supplemental. We have a supplemental that passed. We're getting a next supplemental from Government House. And I think that supplemental is going to include your agency, correct? Is it supplemental? Did Government House submit a supplemental that is going to affect Division of Personnel? Are they reprogramming any of the monies to any place?
I am unaware, Senator.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Because I'm looking at your expenditures for personnel as of the 31st of March. For this fiscal year, was $812,000. We allocated or appropriated $2.8 million. So if you stay along the same trend, you only spend like 1.6. So what are your actuals now for personnel?
The actuals for personnel services. Give me 1 second, Senator.
Okay.
For salary and fringe.
No, break it out.
Okay, salaries is currently $1,679,796 as of May 31st.
Okay, which will be 8 months, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Go ahead. So if you break out at 8 months, that's like $800,000 for 4 months. You got 4 months left, so you're gonna spend about $2.4 million. So you still have $400,000 left in personnel. Have you brought on anybody just recently?
The last person we brought on was the legal counsel, and It was about 3 months ago.
Okay. So within your present appropriation or allocation for personnel, you're going to have monies that are left back.
We plan to fill our, if we can, fill our current vacant position.
Okay. Somehow the numbers aren't working out, Mr. Posalita, in terms of coming up to that 2.8, even if you fill, you how much employees you presently have?
We have 42 positions, persons,
Yeah.
but 43 positions.
Okay. And next fiscal year, you want to go to 53 positions?
52 positions.
52. Okay. And, okay. The OMB is saying that would cost what is it? You said 100% would cost 3.4.
Correct.
Okay. And the cost of those 10 positions are what? What's the cumulative cost of the 10 positions? Some of it's like individuals are not accounted for to add up to the amount that you're getting, because I'm coming up like maybe 2.4 at the end of this fiscal year, and that includes all the positions and then the new positions. I will add those up.
The number that I have for the 9 positions, it's about 500,000.
Okay. So maybe like 3 million, 3.1. Okay, we'll go ahead and scrub this list to make sure. You had to bring on additional individuals beside that attorney. Was there anybody else that came on board?
No, Senator, because we had a PIO, but from the previous fiscal year.
Okay.
So no, Senator.
Okay. Okay, before I go to the next senator, which is Senator James, the CPM program, what's the success of that?
I'll let Mr. Knight speak on that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Gabriel Knight, Strategy and Organizational Development Officer. The success of the program is the individual projects that each person produces at the end of their graduation, as well as their individual development plan.
And I had an opportunity to look at least a title for some of those projects, because a young lady behind me received her certification on Friday, and we had a meeting here. So I was looking at the screen and looking at all the government employees and the name and title of the projects. And when I read the name and title of the projects, it seemed like a lot of those projects will help the government of the Virgin Islands. What's the implementation, though? After they're finished, what is the mandate that is given by the executive branch or personnel to commissioners and directors in reference to taking a serious look at all the government employees that completed a project as to whether or not it could help with efficiency or help with reducing waste or just organization? What's the mandate? Are there any mandates?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but the individual projects and the group projects are signed off by Dr. Davies, as well as the supervisors or agency head when they take it back to the agency, or actually before it's actually implemented.
Okay, that's a recommendation for all of those heads to take a look at the project, because some of them are really good, and I think we could learn a lot from them. I think we had 2, and I would say 2.5, 3 from the legislature, 2, and 1 employee doesn't work there anymore. But I think that there are topics that would help the overall efficiency, but it's not something that a senator could say, well, yes, I'm going to implement it, because there are more broader topics that help the overall structure of that organization. Senator James, you recognize.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Before I get into my line of questioning, I know the good finance chair made mention of the Certified Public Managers Program, and I just want to say congratulations to the two legislature employees for taking part in the program, and all those who went through the certification. And as far as the two in the legislature, that's Ms. Rogers Wilshire and Ms. Prentice, Samantha Prentice. So congratulations once again. And as far as the budget, I see here there is a janitorial position. My question is that janitorial position full-time or part-time?
Valsina Kwashi, it is a full-time position, Senator. All of our positions stated are full-time.
This would be like my second budget hearing in which I inquire about that position. I think that is the lowest paid position at the Division of Personnel at $20,280. Are we doing anything to bump that up? And when last has that salary changed?
Senator, can you tell me where you're picking up that information from?
Hold on one second. It is right here. When you look at the post-audit analysis, it is on page 10 or 14. No, page 10 or 14. No, hold on. No, hold on one second. Not 10 or 14. I would have to get back to you with it. I wrote it down. Can't recall. I have to get back to you with that. But long story short, as I look for that, I will get to the next line of questioning. As far as a job fair, have we factored in a job fair for the respective districts in this fiscal year budget that is coming up? As you know, this Virgin Islands government has a lot of vacancies. And I know, if I can recall, there was a job fair in Atlanta, Georgia by this administration. But what are we factoring in a job fair for the respective districts when it comes to Division of Personnel?
Thank you for that question, Senator. And just real quickly, let me just go back to your original question regarding the janitorial.
No, focus on this one question, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So in regards to the recruitment, that is a plan for us to try to do something locally, similar to what was done in Atlanta, but to do it here locally within this fiscal year. We are looking at possibly end of August to do something locally.
And like I said, what is the average cost? Okay, to follow up with that question, what is the average cost to put a decent job fair together? That's my question.
I would have to get back to you on that, as it would be different if we did one here locally versus stateside.
So we never done a job fair in the past that we can recall. Just a number we can spit out. The reason why I'm asking you this, right? Because I want to make sure that it's factoring in the budget. If we're talking about addressing the FY 2023 budget, we want to make sure not just for this year, but the next year moving forward, those things are taken into consideration as we address those vacancies in government. So if you want to follow up and answer that question, please feel free to do so.
Definitely. I can follow up and get you a more accurate number for a local recruitment fair.
No problem. And if I'm not mistaken, as far as the first question that was asked, that should be
2 minutes.
Contracted service.
Correct.
When it comes to the janitorial question, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I stand corrected. That is a vendor. I thought I misread, so I'm not afraid to admit that I misread the post-audit analysis. And I see where you have a position or a vacancy for a recruiter. Can you speak to briefly what is the responsibility of that recruiter? What makes the difference of that recruiter compared to the other positions we have when it comes to recruiting?
The recruiter position is something that we see as a full-time position, where that individual would be doing multiple recruitment efforts at the same time, both locally and stateside, even to attending certain colleges, and to have that representative there to represent the GVI on a whole.
So currently we have a recruitment and classification specialist. We have a recruitment and classification technician. We have a recruitment and classification specialist, another recruitment and classification specialist. We also have a manager recruitment and classification. what would be the difference between those positions and a recruiter? Somebody help me here.
So, Senator Valsina Kwashi. Right now, we are very short-staffed in our recruitment efforts. We have tried to reach be far-reaching in our recruitment initiatives. However, we're realizing that we are still falling short.
Time.
To get more, to have more employees within that unit would strengthen the division of personnel, thereby strengthening the government in our recruitment efforts.
I hear what you're saying, but I want to know the difference between those positions. Like, for instance, you have a manager recruitment and classification position. We also have a recruitment and classification technician. We have senior recruitment and classification SPCPO, and now we're asking for a recruiter. So I need somebody to tell me what is the difference and how do they coincide with each other as far as getting things done within the division of personnel to recruit Virgin Islanders or whoever is qualified to do these jobs.
I'll let Ms. Hassel answer.
Good day, Senator James Florine O'Dane Hassel, Assistant Director of Division of Personnel. The difference would be our recruitment staff right now, they're the ones who go through the applications that individuals send in. They do classification study. They do a lot of other things beside specifically looking at recruitment efforts. I know last year when we came, we brought up a recruiter also because we want this individual to focus on recruitment and not be distracted by looking over applications when individuals apply for positions. So our other staff.
Okay, well, the word recruitment is a little misleading, but I understand your breakdown. I don't want to abuse my time, but I look forward to getting these vacancies addressed so we can actually recruit. So we need to recruit. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator James. Senator Saro, you recognize?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, let's go to page 2. I have a plethora of questions. What was the cost associated on your second bullet for NAAHR to have secured membership for over 180 employees? What was that cost? Ms. Kwashi?
Yes.
What did we allocate there?
Senator, the membership cost for 181 members was $11,000, which the average is about $61 per person.
So that 11K is coming from your budget?
Yes, Senator.
Which portion? Other services? Miscellaneous? Where?
It's coming from other services.
So let's go to the next one then. 170 for IPMAAR. 170. How much is that?
It was $5,000, which worked out to about $28 per person.
Okay, so in total, you've spent $16,000 on these two associations. Now how many are certified?
I do not have that information in front of me.
Okay, because if we're going to pay $16,000 for all these memberships, what are the benefits? What's the return of investment? And do we just pay for memberships, or are these employees? How many of these 170 and then the 181 above, how many are actually certified in this area? And if they're not certified, are we utilizing this association for more training? Because HR is a part of this government that's severely understaffed. There's a shortage. So tell me what a return of investment looks like if we're going to spend $16,000.
The return of investment is training for HR professionals.
And after training, does it lead to certification? And through the chair, I'd like to find out how many of these employees are certified in this area, because we just can't be paying for training around the place and we have these certified employees.
I would have to double check and see how many of the government employees are certified in any of these.
That's like paying for somebody to go to college and we just paying tuition and there's no degree. That's the equivalent to that. Now let's go to the budget overview, page 3 of your testimony. So in doing the math, you do come up with 43 employees. 17 are exempt. How you have? What's up with 17 exempt employees?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Yeah,
Senator.
that's a lot of exempt employees for a very small agency. So are those 17 employees, have we gone back to look at their job descriptions? Should they be exempt?
The positions that they're in are exempt positions, Senator.
17 of them?
Yes, Senator.
When last have you reviewed those 17 positions? I don't think they should be all exempt. When was the last time we reviewed those positions?
They are exempt positions because we vet the positions before they were hired.
Okay, hold on. Let's go to the next one really, really quick. This manager of recruitment and classification, and I see it's vacant. I remember in 2020, that position was the supervisor of management and classification, and that was Ms. Roebuck. Ms. Roebuck retired in 2020, correct? Or left in 2020?
2021, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's 2020, late 2020. So, and that position continued to be funded in the 21 and 22 fiscal year budget. So how are you saying that that position has been vacant for 6 months?
I said approximately, Senator, because I don't have the information in front of me.
But it has been vacant from 2020, late 2020. That's 2 years later.
I have to double check.
Ms. Hassel, somebody, Miss Director, Ms. Richardson. I keep wanting to call you Cindy Bryan for some reason.
I would have to get that information for you because you're speaking prior to when I came on.
Because it can be vacant for 6 months.
Check and get back
Ms.
to you.
Roebuck held that position prior to when she was a supervisor. So when did it change to a managerial position? When did it change to manager of recruitment and classification? And is it still funded at the same amount it was funded at in the 21 and 22 FY budget? Now let's move quickly to the NeoGov system. The NeoGov system, I know that came under my good colleague to my right. And I know you charge agencies for the NeoGov system, correct? Like education and the judicial branch. What are you generating from the NeoGov system?
So we have approximately either 6 or 7 agency that we charge.
And what's your aggregate amount? What have you generated for this fiscal year so far?
I do not have that in front of me. I can get that for you. However, we charge anyway between $2,000 up to about $10,000, $12,000 based on the usage in
But hold on,
NeoGov.
Ms. Kwashi, it's a budget season. So if I'm asking you what's your revenue from the NeoGov system, I need that information.
I can provide it to you.
So through the chair.
Time.
Okay, Madam. I will say Madam, Mr. Chair, can I? Thank you. I'm confused now with your numbers. In one part of your testimony, you have 6,065 employees. And then when we get to Ms. Daly's section, you have 7,075. Now, I know you might tell me the semi-autonomous agencies may be included, but the semi-autonomous agencies, I don't think total 1,000 extra employees. How did you get that number? Tell me the difference between your 6,000 in one area, your 7,000 in the next area.
Go ahead, Ms.
So, Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. So the number is 6,000, I think 983 is for retirees, and then the 7,075 is for active government employees. Is that what you're referencing?
I have some sticky notes here. Probably. I have to probably. I'll follow up on that. And just one more question, Mr. Chair, too. Was it the record scanning project? We allocated some 171,000 in the previous fiscal year for the record scanning project that came through your budget. What's the status on that project? How much has been allocated? What do you have left? It was until expended.
Okay, Senator.
And that, and on the classification compensation, because there was funds that came through your division as well to UVI for the classification compensation status, where UVI was supposed to be assisting DOP and the job descriptions. What's the status on that as well? That was close to probably $1 million or more. Ms. Kwashi? What's left of
The
that fund as well?
classification study was not budgeted within the last couple of fiscal year. It was a total of 173, if I'm not mistaken, that was paid to UVI.
Status, did you receive what you needed from UVI with the job descriptions?
So that was one of the things that I reviewed upon my coming in. So we did see that the date ended in 2018. So I did see what UVI provided. It was not sufficient, and we are going to be meeting with them actually on Friday to get more details as to what those next steps should be, because we were not completely satisfied with their product that they provided.
Okay, and then the scanning project. Thank you for the latitude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Carrion?
Waiting for my numbers, Mr. Chair.
The scanning project, thus far we've paid. Thus far we've paid about $70,000 to them. However, we have another payment that's due to them come the ending of August.
Okay, very well.
Senator Sorrow,
state your name, please. And then
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance. I believe you were questioning the numbers between United Healthcare and the retirees number of 6,918. When you look at the United Healthcare of 7,051, they're considered individual policies. So if you have a spouse covered, they're counting you plus your spouse.
be clear, Senator? Please recognize Senator Saru, Mike.
Actually, it was paragraph 3 of the first page. You indicated that you had 6,065 GVI employees. In comparison to your portion of your testimony, that's why I was confused. And that was your answer. The plans.
The plans. It is the plans.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Director, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. Glad to hear that. I think this is your first budget hearing as the Director of Personnel. Okay. Well, welcome to the process. Let me see a few things I wanted to ask you here. Regards to your NOPA that are being executed, what's the window frame time for final NOPA to be fully executed?
Our KPI for that right now is to have it done internally at DOP in 5 days or less. And that is something that we've achieved for this fiscal year, yes.
That's what you are working towards. That's your goal.
That is our KPI. And in the testimony on page 6, you can see what we've accomplished this fiscal year in achieving that goal. So we've achieved that in processing the NOPAs internally within 5 days or less.
Okay. And what seems to be then the challenges based on your experience then with the NOPA? What are the issues?
One of the issues that we're seeing is the error rate within the agencies. So we're seeing errors coming from the respective agencies, even though we have provided trainings and guidebooks and cheat sheets. So what we've started to do is to start to track the error rates of what we're seeing from the respective agencies, so we can go back and retrain and provide additional guidance to those agencies so that they can come to us in an effective manner in which we can process them a lot faster.
All right. So hopefully that should be corrected and we shouldn't have those issues after you have that retraining.
Correct. Well, that's
Director,
what we
let me
hope.
ask you, that's what you hope for. Budgetary challenges. What would you say is your main budgetary challenge?
Basically, just trying to do everything that we would like to do within a fiscal year and to satisfy everybody's needs, especially as it comes to the training of our staff. We have various associations that we are affiliated with, and I would love the opportunity to be able to allow all of the staff to obtain the training that they need and want.
So in regards to training, I see that there is an increase, since you're in that topic, in your funds for training. Justification for that?
2 minutes.
I'll have Ms. Squashy speak to that.
Are you speaking to a specific page of the post-auditor report?
There's an increase in the training funds. Is that correct? I just wanted to know what was the for it.
I am looking for the information, Senator. As far as training, we asked for, if I'm not mistaken, in FY22, we did not have on general funds any budget for training.
Did you have any training in FY22?
We have training, however, we are utilizing the training revolving funds that we have revenues coming from, as the good senator stated, NeoGov, and when we charge a very small fee for training. That's what we utilize.
So, but we're okay. And in regards to the training revolving fund, based on the post-audit report that we have, there's no expenditures in that for, is there? I didn't see any.
We have already, for the fiscal year to date, expended approximately $55,000.
55.
Yeah.
Okay. How many jobs fair has the department has had?
Can you repeat the question, Senator?
How many job fairs?
I will have Ms. O'Bain answer that question. That would include virtual as well, Ms. O'Bain.
Good afternoon, Millicent O'Bain. So far, we have had 2 virtual consecutive job fairs that we have hosted, whereas we have participated in some other virtual job fairs by other agencies, which were a total of another 3 on top of that. Thank you.
Time.
So 2 virtual. And
you may proceed, Senator.
Out of the territory, not virtual job fair? How many non-virtual?
We did not have non-virtual because of the fact that with COVID, so we are going to go back into the in-person shortly.
In addition to that,
Mr.
Senator,
Chair.
I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
In addition to that, we did host at least 8 recruitment fairs locally on all 3 districts within the last 3 months.
Do you have an estimated cost of what those recruitment fairs would be?
I do not have that with me, but I can provide that to the chair.
Yeah, and if you can, through the chair, also, I understand there was also a job fair in Georgia, Atlanta, correct?
Correct.
You have a cost estimate for that?
I don't have that in front of me, but I can provide that as well.
Please, through the chair, provide that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency.
Thank you, Senator Carroll. You got a next question?
Yeah, my other question had to be with one of your contracts for the scanning machine or to scan. I saw here in the miscellaneous section, record scanning projects. The amount was for FY22, 171,000. But then when I look at your contract listing, you have here, let me see what it is. A company, and the amount that you have is for $90,000. Can you please clarify a little bit what that entails with the scanning and where you are with that type of contract?
Valsina Kwashi, that $90,135 is for maintenance of the add-on to ERP, the enterprise system for the government.
So who does your scanning for you?
Currently, we are doing the scanning at the Division of Personnel.
So this amount that shows up here for FY22,
It includes.
can you provide some explanation?
Sorry. It includes the maintenance fee and training for those who do the scanning project.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. I was trying to get a clarification there. What was the answer with the scanning? Because I know we had a big concern last time with the amount that we were paying for scanning. What was your response?
The 90,000 that's
No,
listed,
The 90,000 is for Tyler.
Tyler Munis,
Yeah,
that's,
we're not
that's
talking
the
about that.
maintenance.
No, there was scanning. I remember the last time you were here, we had a discussion. I was asking about what was a particular project. They said they were scanning all of the, I think, the old personnel documents.
Correct.
And it was in the miscellaneous section. The senator is right. It was in the miscellaneous section for the 177,000 that he said. What is the status of that?
The 171 was included the payment for maintenance as well as training from Tyler Munis.
I'm looking for it. While I'm looking for that, the NeoGov, to talk to me about that particular contract.
NeoGov is our applicant tracking system as well as
Okay, our is in terms of the GVI or
the
our
government.
Okay, so why aren't the other entities participating in NeoGov?
The partnership that we form are with semi-autonomous agencies.
No, you have education, you have sports park and recreation. I gotta go to the
Not
page the
sports,
commissioner had. Colleagues helped me with a page that was NeoGov and the testimony. You listed like nine different areas. The participating agencies were Division of Personnel, Office of Collective Bargaining, Office of Management and Budget, Virgin Islands Energy Office, the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, the Bureau of Information Technology, and the Department of Property and Procurement. That's NeoGov?
No, that was for our perform. That was for our performance evaluation project, that pilot that we launched in April. Those are the 7 participating agencies in that pilot.
Okay. Okay, so they're saying NeoGov perform software. Who is taking part in that? Because we're paying what, NeoGov $177,000 for that. Who is that for? Is that across the board for all? How is it used? That's what I'm trying to find out. Anybody that have the answer?
Good day, Florina Dane Hassel, Assistant Director of the Division of Personnel. The Perform is the performance evaluation module that we've been speaking about. Those agencies that are participating, we're moving from the paper-based evaluations to this computerized
Okay, so hold up. Okay, so NeoGov is an evaluation tool, a performance evaluation tool.
That particular one, the NeoGov has many areas, like our application, anybody applying for a position, they also go through the NeoGov system. Our performance evaluations is now being done through the to the NeoGov system, and they don't pay an extra cost for that.
Okay, so 1 second. I come right now, Senator Sorrow. The application process is for all GVI?
It would be for all GVI, yes. But we started with the smaller agencies to get a feel of it, seeing that we're going from paper-based to computerized based. We wanted to go with a smaller agency so we could know the error rate, to know what we need to work on.
You recognize Senator Sorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring some clarity to your discussion. Page 10 on the last paragraph, the question is asked, you're using a NeoGov system, and we're paying for the NeoGov system per the post-audit report some $170-something thousand. And then you said that you have 8 agencies that participate in the applicant tracking system on NeoGov for job advertisement. You list who the agencies are. These 8 agencies are paying you to use the NeoGov system, correct?
Correct.
And I think that's a question that the chair is trying to ask. What have you generated from these 8 agencies using the NeoGov system, and why isn't the entire government not using the NeoGov system? Mr. Chair, thank you for the point of inquiry.
So, Senator,
You answer. Go ahead. To the chair.
Senator, we have provided numerous agencies a snapshot of what NeoGov have to offer, but only a few agencies decided to partner with us in the sharing of the cost for NeoGov. Currently, we have a total of approximately $24,000 that we collect from the agencies that participate in NeoGov.
So the 24,000 offset the 177, or it's added on to the 177?
We put that in the training revolving funds. That is the only revenue account that we have, and it helps us to offset some of the training that we're able to provide.
Okay, let me change the question. My question overall, from a budgeting standpoint, if the government is paying for it, why are you charging the other departments when we're paying for it in its entirety?
Senator, that would be a diplomatic question.
And I'm diplomatically asking you. That's what if personnel is our hiring arm, there's only one entity that does not go to personnel, which is education, correct?
Repeat the question, Senator.
Education NOPAs don't have to go through personnel.
No.
Correct?
No.
I'm going to let Mr. Reimer expand on that.
Mr. Reimer.
Good afternoon. Cordell Reimer, Chief of Information Technology Division of Personnel. As far as functionality, Senator, and applicant tracking, anyone who applies for classified positions through the Division of Personnel website, it runs through NeoGov. So that speaks to just about all central government applicants. As they were stating as well, we decided to expand upon not just applicant tracking. And we wanted to implement, because we found NeoGov had a lot of additional tools that we could use overall for government. Henceforth, we came up with the Perform, which kind of allowed us to modernize evaluations, because individuals, we all know individuals were using like paper form, so we moved that to kind of modernize as well. We're also using NeoGov for functionality as far as even position management. So if someone calls the Division of Personnel, someone calls OMB, someone calls the governor's office, we have one place where we could capture the vacancies all in one location. So we're not just using NeoGov just for one or two different things. We continue to expand on the software and to try to make things much more visible and bring things to us at quick glance. I think when they were speaking on the various agencies, as you spoke to Department of Education don't use us for NOPA, but we partnered with them to give them an additional tool to do applicant tracking and the like through the NeoGov platform. So it wasn't that those were just the agencies. any agencies, I think we had housing finance in there and some of those, we partnered with them so that when we found certain things that were helping us from a recruiting standpoint and an applicant standpoint, we gave those other entities the opportunity to use that moving forward.
Okay,
Just
so-
trying to bring a little bit more as far as functionality. Thank
So
you.
from the applicant standpoint, all government agencies can use NeoGov, or
They
are
do.
using all vacancies that are within Division of Personnel, you have a NeoGov.
That is correct, Senator.
Okay. And now you have expanded to the evaluation component,
That is correct, Senator.
but the agencies or departments have to opt in to use that.
Well, I think it was a partnership, and I guess Ms. O'Bain can expand a little bit more on it from the recruitment standpoint. Like I said, we just found other tools that were good,
Yeah,
and
but
it
what-
wasn't just us. We
And
wanted to get.
I'm applauding you guys for using it. What I'm trying to say, if we're paying $177,000 and the cost is not going to increase for public works, for all the other entities to use the evaluation component, why is that not mandated? Why are we still having that paper component if this captures what they were doing and electronically? Why are we not, why isn't there a mandate?
Senator, if I understand your question to be correct, this is Florina Dane Hassel. We're moving to that for all of them, but we started out with a small set and we're getting to the others. So the others have been informed by the director that that is the way we're moving forward, and that should be in short order.
Okay. Status of negotiations with Cigna United Healthcare.
Thank you for that. They are still, as of our last board meeting last week, they are still in negotiations. They are actually waiting for the June report, which those results will come out the second week of July in order to see if there'll be an increase or not in the plan.
And looking at the numbers up to May, in terms of what we have been paying out, is it the same, more or less?
Valerie Daly, Chief of Group Health Insurance, you mean in terms of increase?
Yeah, well, when we look at what we're actually paying, not the employer health premium, but what we're paying out for the health care, is that number the same, more or less?
It's pretty much the same.
It's pretty much the same.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Home health care is covered under the United Health Plan package?
United Healthcare, yes.
But have we finally found an entity that's going to do home health care in the Virgin Islands?
United Healthcare has nurse practitioners.
But that's different. The nurse practitioner goes around to our senior members. They came to my dad, they do an evaluation, but I'm talking about real home health care, somebody coming in and helping on a regular basis. There is a component under that Medicare supplement that provides for home health care, and from what I'm finding out, we do have access to that. But we have not issued, I guess, a CON to a particular group to be able to perform the service?
I'm not sure, Senator, but I know that's through Medicare.
Mm-hmm. The Medicare supplement.
Medicare provides a benefit, but as it relates to United Healthcare, currently, they do have the healthcare practitioner that goes into the homes of the retirees that are over age 65, but I'm not sure how that component works.
Okay, I guess I'll ask that question when they come, but they're not receiving the United Healthcare card no more. They're receiving the Medicare supplement card.
I'm not understanding your question, if you could.
Retirees over 65,
Mm-hmm.
what are they receiving?
Retirees over 65 covered under the government's insurance, they're covered by United Healthcare. And they have one card. That's the United Healthcare card that was issued to all our retirees back in January of 2021. So that card covers them for medical and also prescription coverage.
Okay, I will come back. I'll find out more information. I guess that would be under Medicare and not under the supplement that you guys offer. Okay, but if you can look into that, being the person in charge, because there's a dire need for home health care in the Virgin Islands, and if Medicare is willing to pay for that service and that Medicare supplement, then we need to make sure that we have entities that are able to provide that service, because a lot of our caregivers are literally losing it.
I would check, Senator, to find out if Medicare does offer that home health care service to retirees that are over 65.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Saru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is offered, actually. And there was an agency that came in and they were willing to offer those services, to have that home health care, to go to the home and assist those caretakers. And at one point, the contract was stuck, per usual, someplace down the road. And there was a back and forth. And I don't think that contract ever got executed. But it is covered under our plan. We just haven't been able to solidify who the vendor would be to provide those services to our elderly population.
Well, Senator, I know that that's a service that used to be covered, but I'm not sure as it relates to United Healthcare for home health care. I know that we have a benefit that they have the nurse practitioners that come to your home for that service, but in terms of having somebody to come into your home every day or during the week to take care of somebody, I'm not sure of that.
It was under Medicare.
It was under Medicare.
Yeah,
So,
it wasn't
yes.
under. It was under Medicare, and I remember because I was trying to assist the group that was coming in to provide home health care, to get the licensure for the doctors and the nurses. But at the same time, my question was, why did we select one group and not just open it up to any group that's able to offer the service? Continuum Care have been providing that type of service, but I'm not under that particular program. So the board, the government employee, what is it, Services Commission, GSC?
GSC.
Yeah, we need to look at the ability of us to be able to get all of the services that are provided under the United Healthcare and also under the Medicare, and especially the home health. That's the biggest thing right now. If we can get that solidified and get it going, I think we will be fine. The data, I know the question was asked in the job fair in Atlanta. How many employees were hired as a result of that job fair?
There was a total of 13 individuals that were hired.
Okay. 13, and we probably carried up 50 individuals to recruit from all entity of work of government. But we gotta get the salaries to be competitive. Colleagues, if you have any closing
Senator Sarah,
question or statement, yes.
I just found out that Medicare does not cover those services, home health care. They
Okay,
do not.
They do not.
No, they do not.
Okay. Let me see if I get that same text that you got. Any senators, any other question? Go ahead. You have a question, Senator Saru?
A lot.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So let's go to sticky notes. Your fairs that you had. Oh. Personally, you guys have a lot of socials, right? I call them socials, events. So on page 10 of your testimony, you had to join the VIPD meet and mingle. What was the benefit of that? What was the cost of that? And what's the benefit of the meet and mingle? How many were you able to recruit? And the same thing for the Women Striving for Success. Because we're advertising. I'm asking these questions because I have a cohort of friends that are trying to move home, right? There's this real urge for us to move home. And the number one question is, Saru, where can I find a job? And they're qualified. So we meet and mingle, we haven't recruited, and I sit and I go on these agencies' websites. So personnel have positions posted because the agency tells you that there's a vacancy. But when you listen to OMB's testimony and all these vacancies in the government, people are like, Janelle, I want to work Where can I work? And we really, the information is like we're hoarding information. And I'm like, I know a vacant because the budget book say vacant, but you can't find a vacancy listed any place. So we're meeting and we're mingling, which is good. But what is the return of investment on that?
So that's a very good question, Senator. So that's one of the things that I have been pushing with my staff. You want to go out and do this recruitment or you want to attend this event, but what is that return? What are we getting back from that? So they have started to prepare requests to me to approve before we actually engage in that. But for example, the mix and mingle that you referred to, that was a request by VIPD for us to collaborate and to attend their event that they hosted. So they incurred the cost on that. We just made sure that we had their presence to also just kind of talk about the benefits of working with VIPD and just to give them that extra boost and assistance. So that's just what we did there. As far as the posting of the vacancies, one of the things that I started to do is I started to track all of the PRFs that leave OMB. And if they do not post those positions within 15 days, I'm calling those agencies and saying what's going on, why has it not been posted? To the individuals that are coming home, and it's one of the things that it's not gonna always be this for everybody, but we have positions that we sometimes have 20 or up to 300 people applying for that one position. Only one person can get it. But I've also worked individually with people who have reached out to me personally, and why can't I get this position? And when you look at their resume, a lot of them are selling themselves short. Perfect example, I had somebody who was a cashier, and they've moved from different agencies or in the public-private sector as a cashier. But when you look to the very bottom of their resume, you see they are certified medical coder. And I'm like, why aren't you talking about this? And you'll never pick it up. And I see that in so many resumes. So it is something that we're going to be working with the Department of Labor and also hosting some resume workshops just to give some pointers, because a lot of people are selling themselves short and not applying for the positions that they're actually qualified for.
And the last point, I have 3 nurse practitioner friends, and in my infinite, I was like, human services looking for, and for the love of God, human services don't even have the position posted. But you sit in here in a budget and you say you have all these vacancies. The same thing with the Department of Health. Those are critical agencies that need qualified personnel, and I know a lot of qualified. This institution is the HR division sometimes of this government. I mean, my desk is filled with resumes, and they apply, they can't get a call back. You call in again. It is a disaster in our HR agencies across this government, and I can't begin to express my disappointment in that, because I go through the process and I just want to throw a rock sometimes. I'm like, really?
So that is something that we can communicate with back to the agencies, because once DOP sends that referral list back to the agency, it is actually the agency's responsibility to then schedule those interviews. And that seems to be where the problem is as far as the timing. So that's something that DOP will be working with the respective agencies as part of our training to try to speed up that process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you. I don't know if it was asked already about the health insurance consultants. Did they receive an increase from FY23 recommended 285,000, an appropriation for 403,750 was not reflected in the budget book? What is paid to the?
What page are you on, Senator?
Oh yeah, page 10 of the post-audit report.
So
he has a highlighted section. Page 10 of the
Valsina
post-audit.
Kwashi. So, Senator, the appropriation is for 285. However, while we are negotiating the contract, we have to procure a PO, encumbering the funds to procure the contract. So that fund might be, and it was procured in 21, but paid in 22. So we are seeing those monies transferring into 22, echoing a higher amount.
Okay, I got you. So they're doubling up. Okay. And then with the contract listing on page 10, same page, contract listing, where you see the highlighted what the post-audit report has. the budget reflects $10,000 for the GVI employee recognition activity, but it was not reflected below. You see in the highlighted section?
Yes, Senator.
Was that 10,000 was missed to put in, or based on what they're suggesting?
So the 10,000 that we use for the employee of the year is not reflected here because it's not a contract. However, you see the Class A rental services that was captured, that was in error.
Class A rental services, $6,007 is an error.
That was captured in error because this area is for contract. And we do not have any contracts on employee of the year.
Okay, how about the BI Mass VI LLC?
The BMAS
The BMAS.
is a security subscription for our network.
Okay, so
And
this
that's
would
the
be
annual cost.
okay. So it'd be the 713,289 minus the 6,007.
Yes.
Okay. But you're saying that is someplace else in the budget?
It is. It's a specific category for employee of the year.
Oh, okay. And what is that total?
The total that was appropriated for that was 50,000.
Okay, so it'd be the 50,000 plus this 6.
No, that 6. What I'm saying is
Don't
a part
exist.
of the expenditure. However, it should not have been listed there. That's an error.
Okay. Right. It shouldn't have been listed here in the contracts. I got that. And you said the 50,000, I got that. But the 6 now goes over to the 50.
It's from that.
So it's in the 50 or
Correct.
is it makes it 56?
Correct.
In the 50.
In the
Okay.
50.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What is I was trying to understand the rationale. You said go back to the health insurance again, consultant. That the log reflects different. The log from OMB says 403,000, but the budget book says 275. What was the rationale there?
If I am not mistaken, we're speaking to the same question
Yes,
the good
yeah.
senator asked.
Yes.
It was a PO. When we are encumbering funds to procure a contract to get it executed, we have to procure the PO. The PO was procured in 2021. However, it was expended or paid out once the execution of the contract is available to us. It was paid out in 22.
No, so that amount is 21 plus 22.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Senator, sorry, you had one final question? Senator Carrion, you have a question? Let's him over there. And I neglected. We got to Senator Carrion first. You have a question, Senator Carrion?
Yeah, I'm still trying to, I guess, wrap around and understand a little bit about the scanning issue, or the scanning contract. This was a one-time contract, so you won't be doing any scanning this year.
We are continuously scanning until we are completed. And Ms. Araima has a little bit more information on the numerous documents that we have to scan. However, even after we finish scanning, we will still have to maintain the system. It's a add-on to the ERP, and we have to pay annually for that maintenance of that system.
So what's I would like that annual payment, and the reason I ask because it's not included in the post audit report in your miscellaneous section for FY23, and trying to wrap around the 90,000 for FY22 contract for maintenance.
I am not sure if I understand your statement of it's not being included because states Tyler Technology, and it states the dollar amount of $90,135.
And page 10 of the post-audit report in the miscellaneous section, in the bottom where it has a section that says record scanning projects, you have two columns. You have FY 2022 and FY 2023. For recommendation for FY 2023, there's nothing there.
Because we are no longer paying for the actual project itself, that's why it was removed from under a project line.
So now it'll be an annual payment fee?
Yes, Senator.
And what is that annual payment fee, and where will I find that in your budget?
$90,135.
That's the 90,000.
Yes, Senator.
Got you. And that includes training and maintenance.
In the 171 that we pay out this year, it includes the training and maintenance. However, the requested amount of $91.35 is only for maintenance.
Well, thank you for clearing it up. Now I understand a little better.
The category
Mr.
in the 90,135 says / scanning project.
Because it's called, the whole thing is called Tyler content, the documents. That's what they call it. It's a scanning project that's transferring into that.
Okay, I don't know if I really like the explanation, but okay. There's a point when we won't be scanning anymore because everything is already online, correct?
Correct.
And we have completed the bulk of the scanning of all the old documents. You have literally completed that.
No, Senator, I would not say we completed the bulk.
Okay, so then another 90,000 is going to include some additional scanning.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, that's what I was asking. So it's the maintenance plus the continuation of scanning of outstanding documents that we have.
Because we are Division of Personnel.
I understand. It's just if it's a yes, then we're good. That's what the senator was trying to find out. He's asking, the 171 is gone. We didn't expect the 171 to stay forever because at one point we had a tremendous amount of documents and you've been scanning for years. So we did expect that amount to at some point decrease to something reasonable. So it has decreased to something reasonable, so that's good. And we'll be able to continue scanning. I think we have covered all of the questions. Colleagues, I'm going to allow the director to place a closing statement on the record, but we have one quick point before we have her place it on the record. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just back to these, Director Richardson, 17 exempt positions worries me. And I'm looking at the post-audit report, and a junior HR technician, 3 of them, that's considered exempt?
What page are you on?
HR administrative assistant. Tell me how you have a high number of exempt positions. It is really troubling to me.
Because of the information that we deal with and we see the confidentiality of that information, that's why those positions are classified that way.
So a junior HR technician is exempt, but a human resource coordinator that's seeing the same information, or a benefits analyst that's seeing information, they're classified. I think we need to look over the exempt positions, the job descriptions, their roles, because we have way too many exempt positions in this government. And that doesn't lead to job security, because every 4 years, people are like shaky about their jobs because they don't know if they're going to have a job because there's so many exempt. And then when you look at the federal government, you're able to retain professionals because after the undersecretary, you have professionals that sit there, administration to administration, so you keep the integrity of the institution because they're not worried about job security. But in our government, our exempt going way down the line. And then when we don't like what a person do, we swap them out, we fill them with whoever support our campaign, and then we start over from scratch. So that exempt listing, I think it needs to be revisited. That's those 17 exempt positions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Sarro. And the exempt positions should match exactly what you said, Director. Those who deal with sensitive information and those who don't need to be placed in a regular classified position. At this point, I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record.
Senators, DOP thanks you for the opportunity to defend our biennial budget here today. As always, we look forward to working with this body in striving to make the GVI the employer of choice. I thank my hardworking team at the Division of Personnel and the viewing and listening audience for joining us today. We do ask that you do visit our website at dopusvi.gov.org for all of your HR needs, and do visit us on all of our social media platforms, DOPUSVI, like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director, for your testimony. Thank you, staff, who provided answers to the various questions asked by the senators. Colleagues, we have one more item that we're going to deal with. We have 2 lease agreements with Liberty. And we are kind of rushing those because one is for the Fortuna area, which will be that whole area down Bodo. So we want to deal with that. And the next one is Coral Bay, which deals with a part of St. John that don't have service right now. So we thought it was super important for us to hear those 2 leases immediately, and so that these lease agreements can be available for the July 11th session. And there's 1 or 2 other lease agreements that we're going to be bringing before, but we have these 2, and it's not going to take us long, colleagues, maybe less than a half hour, maybe 20 minutes. Yeah, so we are going to bring them up. We're going to excuse the staff from Division of Personnel. We are just waiting. The 2 bills have numbers. It's 276 and I think 254. We should have them in 1 minute. So the committee will take a 2 minutes recess, and then 20 minutes and we're done. This committee stands in recess for 5 minutes.
Senator, wait.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Saru.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 34.0254 and Bill number 34.0276 be added to today's agenda. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Janelle Saru, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Motion, Senator Blyden. Do I hear a motion? Do you recognize Senator Blyden?
Mr. Chair, I introduce Bill number 34.0254, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through a commission of the Department of Property and Procurement and Liberty Mobile USVI, Inc., for the leasing of an improved portion of parcel number 3C-C1, Estate Fortuna, number 8 West End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 2,000 US square feet or 0.046 US acres of land. And do you want to do both bill now, Mr. Chair? Both bill at the same time or one at a time? Okay, and colleagues, what this bill basically does is...
I shall move first.
I shall move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Okay, thank you, colleagues. I'm going to have Madam Clerk read those two items on the agenda and then invite the testifiers.
Consideration of leases. Bill number 34-0254, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI, Inc., for the leasing of an improved portion of parcel number 3C-C-1, Estate Fortuna, number 8 West End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 2,000 US square feet or 0.046 US acres of land. Bill number 34-0276, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI, Inc., for parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1 Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers are Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager, Liberty Mobile USVI; Anthony D. Thomas, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Did she get your last name right?
She did.
She did?
Excellent.
Okay, I lost a bet. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I'm going to allow Senator Blyden to introduce both of these measures, to give a quick introduction, and then we're going to have the testimony, a minute of questioning, and then vote on these two lease agreements. Senator Blyden, introduction of 254 and 276.
Thank you. I move that bill number 34...
Introduction.
Oh, yes, sir. Colleagues, these two leases will allow for the erection of telecommunications equipment in Coral Bay, transforming the landscape for residents on the east end of St. John. The lack of cellular and data service in many areas of the territory is no longer a simple matter of inconvenience. It is a matter of public safety, of life and death. As it stands now, a woman may be able to call 911 to report an attack and save her life, but not if she moves 20 yards in the wrong direction. We can no longer allow a situation in which there are large areas of our land in which our residents are out of reach of public service and public safety. These leases combine along with pending legislation to facilitate the deployment of small cell technology, will bring our territory and our residents fully into the 21st century. So colleagues, of course, I know you guys are all going to support these most important lease agreements, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the introduction of both of these bills.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put their name and title on the record, beginning with Liberty, starting from my left.
Wanda Perez, Government Affairs Council for Liberty Mobile, USVI.
Thank you.
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty Mobile, USVI.
PMP.
Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Mr. Richards, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair VLA, Vice Committee Chair Gregory, committee members, Senators Blyden, DeGraff, Carrion, James, and Saro, legislative staff, and fellow testifiers. I'm Vincent Richards, Deputy Commissioner of the Property and Printing Divisions of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement. I am testifying today on behalf of Commissioner Anthony D. Thomas in support of the two proposed lease agreements before the committee for consideration. I'm here to request this committee's and ultimately the full Senate approval of the lease agreements with Liberty Mobile, USVI Incorporated, for properties in Estate Carolina on St. John and Estate Fortuna on St. Thomas, respectively. The government is proposing to lease the following properties to Liberty Mobile, USVI Incorporated, an unimproved parcel of land known as parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1, Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 55,321 U.S. square feet, or 1.27 U.S. acres of land, more or less, and a portion of improved parcel number 3C-C-1, Estate Fortuna, number 8th West End Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 2,000 square feet, or 0.046 U.S. acres, more or less. These lease agreements will require approval, both require approval of the governor and the legislature of the Virgin Islands in accordance with 31 VI Code, subsection 205. Each lease is for a term of 10 years with the option to renew for additional, for 5 additional periods of 5 years each. In this instance, the renewal options are automatic unless Liberty Mobile USVI provides the government with at least 30 days written notice that Liberty will not renew the lease. The annual rent for each reference parcel will be $18,000.00, payable in monthly installments of $1,500 during the term of this lease. Liberty Mobile USVI is also required to pay the government of the Virgin Islands 35% of any revenue generated from the co-location of equipment from any other telecommunication provider on these communication towers. The rent payable under these leases will be adjusted annually, including any renewal term, in accordance with the increases of the Consumer Price Index as established by the U.S. Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics. All lease agreements require insurance coverage for public liability. Required documentation to support the processing of these leases with the government have all been provided. These properties will both be used to construct, operate, and maintain a wireless communication facility and other related purposes. These facilities are also part of the federal FirstNet program. The First Responder Network Authority is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce, chartered in 2012, with a mission to build, deploy, and operate a national broadband network that equips first responders with communication capabilities to service and protect these communities and potentially save lives. It is important to note that during negotiations, Liberty Mobile agreed that GVI BIT telecommunication equipment can be co-located at these towers at absolutely no cost to the GVI. These communication towers are both crucial to further enhance and stabilize the local telecommunication infrastructure in the far eastern end of the island of St. John and the far western end on the island of St. Thomas. These gaps in our local communication infrastructure were clearly exposed after this territory was devastated during Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. These leases will support St. Thomas and St. John residents, visitors, and the territory's emergency first responders alike. The Department of Property and Procurement continues to seek viable tenants to partner with who are committed to making significant investments in GVI-owned properties through long-term tenancy and remain current in all governmental obligations of excise, gross receipts, payroll, and corporate taxes. Both properties will be returned to the GVI at the end of their respective lease terms in much improved condition. The referenced telecommunication towers will contribute to the public safety and the ongoing recovery of the United States Virgin Islands and the long-term expansion of our economy. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States Committee on Finance vote in favor of these proposed lease agreements. This concludes my prepared testimony, and I am prepared to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Liberty.
Mr. Chairman, members of the 34th Legislature Committee on Finance, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager of Liberty Mobile USVI, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to testify regarding Bill number 34-0254 to approve a lease agreement between the Government of Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for leasing a portion of parcel number 3C-C-1 Estate Fortuna, number 8 Western Quarter, St. Thomas, and Bill number 34-0276 to approve a lease agreement between the Government of Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for leasing of parcel number 6-4-1 Estate Carolina, number 1 Coral Bay Quarter, St. John, U.S. Virgin Islands. As you know, FirstNet is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce designed to build and operate a nationwide broadband network, Band 14, that allows first responders to have a reliable communication system in place before, during, and after a natural disaster. For this, it is deploying the first nationwide high-speed wireless broadband network for public safety. This network will give priority to our Virgin Islands first responders to send voice or text messages, images, video, and location information in real time in cases of emergency. After a competitive process, the FirstNet Authority entered into a public-private partnership with AT&T to build the network and deliver the required services to maintain the network. After our acquisition of AT&T's properties in Virgin Islands, Liberty became a FirstNet reseller and agreed to take on AT&T's build-out obligations in the territory. That meant constructing 8 new site builds with Band 14 capacity and coverage in specific sites throughout the territory. 2 of these sites are on government-owned property. These are Estate Fortuna and on St. Thomas West End, and Estate Carolina in Coral Bay in St. John. After several months of negotiation with the Department of Property and Procurement, both leases have been signed by both parties and now awaits Senate approval. These wireless facilities will provide needed coverage for first responders through Band 14 in case of emergency. Band 14 can be seen as a fast lane that provides highly secure communications regularly and in emergencies. Wireless networks can become overloaded and inaccessible during emergencies and in large events. In those cases, Band 14 will prioritize first responder communications, providing that dedicated fast lane to secure and accessible broadband communications. These features are not available in regular wireless networks. As we mentioned in previous public hearings before the Senate, Estate Fortuna and Estate Carolina have been identified by Liberty as areas with poor to non-existent service. These wireless facilities will not only allow for the installation of Band 14, making the areas more secure in any event, but they'll also allow us to provide service or improve coverage to regular customers in that area. The Coral Bay site, for example, will provide coverage service to an area of approximately 2.2 square miles, which includes the following areas: Coral Bay, Eden, Palestina, Carolina, and Calabash Boom. Sections of Highway 108 and Highway 10 will also see improved services. Meanwhile, the Estate Fortuna site will provide improved coverage service to an area of approximately 2.9 square miles, which mainly includes the Estate Fortuna area as well as the surrounding residential area. Road 30, Fortuna Road, will also see positive impact in the coverage service. These new build sites are also part of a broader plan of installing 9 new tower sites and adding more radios to the various wireless facilities as part of our commitment to improve coverage and capacity. This plan is already underway. Just last week, we completed the 3G sunset or shutdown of our old 3G network. Our team immediately commenced work and were able to reallocate the liberated spectrum to our 5G network this week. We added 10 megahertz to 18 5G sites for a total of 20 megahertz download and upload. This addition to Liberty capacity will be an immediate improvement of capacity for our customers that will experience better network speeds. The upgrades were made in 7 sites on St. Croix, 10 on St. Thomas, and 1 on St. John. I've provided a list of the 18 sites. I'm not going to read through the 18 sites. The Liberty is committed to providing great service and coverage to all Virgin Islanders. As part of this commitment, Liberty has already installed Band 14 capabilities to 18 LTE sites, providing more coverage than that included in the original commitment with AT&T. Because of this investment, right now, the USVI has 89% Band 14 coverage and is forecasted to have 99.85% coverage by the first quarter of 2023. As mentioned in the previous appearances, we hope to partner with this legislature and the government of Virgin Islands as a whole to be agents of change to provide improved telecommunication services throughout the Virgin Islands. Granting these leases will allow us to cover areas that remain uncommunicated or with poor service, with the implications that bring during a natural disaster or any sort of emergency. We respectfully request that these leases be granted and forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee and on to the full Senate at its next meeting, so that we are able to provide fast, secure broadband communications for first responders and to residents of the west end of St. Thomas and east end of St. John. Once again, on behalf of Liberty Mobile USVI, I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Please let me know if I can provide any additional information or clarification. I would welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Colleagues, we are going to go to a 1 minute wrong. So I'm asking for everyone to return to the floor. We're going to be voting in about 4 to 5 minutes. Senator Blyden, you are the sponsor, but I'm going to go with you first.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. You recognize Senator Carrion, Senator Sarro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Okay, I do support the intent of both pieces of the legislation. Questions I have are the property in Estate Fortuna. Who owns that property? Isn't I look here and it says under Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Vincent Richards from Property Procurement. The property was previously deeded to the Housing Finance Authority for housing. Subsequently, some emergency or first responder operations were placed on the property under an agreement. When this opportunity came about, it only made sense for us to get a portion of it back from Housing Finance Authority, and that's what we did recently. So it was deeded back to the central government. Senator.
Time.
Okay, those. Time?
Hey, go ahead. We're only done a minute. Well, go ahead.
Oh,
Ask the
okay.
question.
So those documentation, all of that. I don't have a copy of the lease and everything. All of that's a part of the lease and everything.
Senator Graff, the property was deeded back. We do have a deed for it, and I'd be happy to provide you or the committee with.
Okay, through the chair. Yeah. That's all I'm asking. Like I said,
I'd be happy to provide a copy.
Okay, and then the property on St. John, is that government property or is that private property?
It's government property, Senator.
Okay, and the lease agreement, again, through the chair, if you could just pass it through the
Yes, Senator.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Saro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have much to say. I said it off the record, but I'll say it on the record that reliable phone service is a matter of life or death. And I know that I was saying that the area of Bordeaux, specifically when those houses were built in the 1970s, and people bought those homes in the 70s, so they've aged out. They are retirees. Bordeaux has a high senior population, and those people are retirees that are home, and many days, no service. And just to have the ability to call 911, I mean, to be denied the right to call 911 is really a travesty. That your phone just said no service to the top, not even an option of roaming. It just says no service. So I will vote yes at the appropriate time because the people on the west end of this island do need service.
Time.
They do. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Perfect ending. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just reiterate that both leases make sense. The government will collect $18,000 a year, and we'll get 35% of any revenue generated from the collection of equipment from other telecommunication providers, and BIT, which a government agency would not be charged with. They get it for free, which is good also. And finally, it will assist us in being part of the mission to build, deploy, and operate a national broadband network that equips first responders with communication capabilities to service and protect these vital communities and potentially save lives. So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. I'm in agreement with these two lease agreements. We're going to have a vote very, very shortly. I got to say that we have been having discussion with Liberty. Ms. Perez and Mr. Balakrishnan have met with us on numerous occasions, and we have been pushing for the expansion or the ability for Liberty to provide more reliable service. So I'm glad that this is a step in the right direction. We're going to continue to make sure that the entire Virgin Islands have the type of cell phone service that is required. There is a small cell legislation that has been submitted. Colleagues, we are going to get that legislation to you. It's in legal counsel. We have asked legal counsel to try to fast track that legislation, which would hopefully take care of all of the dead spots and all of the issues that we have in reference to capacity and drop calls. So we'll make sure that we hear the legislation through the appropriate committee and bring it to a vote as quick as possible. Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 34.0254, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI, Inc., for the leasing of an improved portion of parcel number 3C-C-1 Estate Fortuna, number 8 West End Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 2,000 US square feet or 0.046 US acres of land, be approved by this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Sarro and Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yes.
Senator Viale, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34, that's 0254, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for the leasing of an improved portion of parcel number 3C-C-1, Estate Fortuna number 8 West Eastern Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 2,000 US square feet or 0.046 US acres of land, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Motion, Senator Blyden.
I move that bill number 34-0276, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1 Estate Carolina, number 1 Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility, and for other related purposes be voted on favorably in this committee and moved to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
You said, our colleagues, I know we're in the middle of a motion, but just a quick 1 minute.
Yeah, the floor.
Can you withdraw your motion?
I move to withdraw.
Okay, restate the motion, and then colleagues, we're going to redo the first motion. We should have sent them straight to the floor. Okay?
That's true. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 34-0276, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1 Estate Carolina, number 1 Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility, and for other related purposes. We voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the floor for full consideration. I so move.
The full body.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Sarro and Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saru, yea. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0276, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1 Estate Carolina, number 1 Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility, and for other related purposes has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the full body for further consideration. We're going to take a quick 1 minute recess and then we're going to come back to the motion. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Motion, Senator Blyden.
Thank you. I move to reconsider bill number 34-0276. I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Sarro. Hearing no objection to order.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden.
I move that bill number 34-0276 be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
But if you're hearing no objections, it was so ordered, yes.
I so move.
Motion made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Sarro. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Janelle K. Saru. Senator Saro, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yeah.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0276. An act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, Acting Chief Commissioner of the Department of Craft and Procurement, and Liberty Mobile USVI Inc. for parcel number 6-4-1, Estate Carolina, number 1 Bay Quarter, St. John, Virgin Islands, to develop, construct, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and upgrade a wireless communication facility and for other related purposes, has received a favorable vote in this committee and will be sent to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Colleagues, thank you so much. We voted a couple times on these measures, but they pass. So that is that is a good thing. There's been a little change in the rules. Previously, before, lease agreements were sent directly to the floor, but now this time we got to go through Rules and Judiciary. So we want to make sure the process is correct so that we can get these agreements passed. Colleagues, members of the legislature, central staff, and my staff, thank you for a productive day. The Committee of Finance is hereby adjourned.
Thank you, Senator.